Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? Hello. How was your weekend, everybody? Welcome on back. What is up, Rogue? Good to see you, Blue. Hey, Masha, Liza, what's up, Cardi? Hello, Blex, Night Owl, good to see you. Dalen, what is up? Good to see you again, Douche Lord. Hey, Masha, how are you doing today? Hey, Voyage, back doing level caps. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. What's up, Blex? Yes, dev stream soon, and next week we have the new Soulframe stuff. And that sounds delicious to me. I can't wait. Did next to nothing the last 2 days at work. It was great. Ooh, I love to hear that. Alright, y'all know the deal. It's the start of our week. We got some stuff to do. Probably gonna miss the dev stream because you're going to Good Daddy-O. Ooh, fun. Ooh. Alright, who wishes to join? You know the deal. We got some dailies to do. Who wants to join me today in doing the dailies? You're up for Steel Meridian? Perfect, Cardi. Get on in here. Anyone else? Who else would wish to join me on the good times? We're gonna go do Steel Meridian and Suda. Masha? Masha, can you remind me your in-game name, please? And we got room for one more for Steel Meridian dailies. If anybody wants to join us. You know, when you have a giant mug for so long, it feels weird to use a normal sized mug. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit strange. Someone didn't say potato? Yeah, I figured that person, you know, I don't know. We'll leave them be for now. We don't know if they were just like, you know, a bot or not, because they did that when I was offline, but we'll see, we'll see. Going to Christian Market in Germany the next day, so you don't mind missing it. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, anyone else for Steel Meridian? When's next dev stream? Next dev stream is next Friday. It is next Friday. All right, no one else wants to join us. We'll just do the three here. Blue, yeah, you want to join? Okay, all right, all right. Hey, Kung Bob, how you doing today? Get on in here, Blue. I would love for you to join. Give me 1 hot second. I just need to reply to a family thing. Drink my water, Rainy? Okay, okay. I will drink my water in a hot second here. Alrighty, we got our tree. Let's start with the exterminate, shall we? Hi, quick thing. Mission the stats, can see how many kills each of our components of primary companion. Yeah, I kind of wish that we could get a little bit more of a stat breakdown like that too, Cool King. It'd be nice. You got all your loadouts all set for EDA, ETA for the week, so excited to do EDA solo. Ooh, fun. Yeah, I haven't even taken a look at what my, what I got on my EDA or ETA yet. Hey, Staz, how you doing? What is up? What's my favorite frame, Neja? Always has been, always will be. I love my Neja. He's good. Hey, Erisman, how you doing today? What's up with you? All right, let's go do the thingy. You got a question, Staz. All right, what's up? You always look Sunday night after you get off work and then use Monday, Tuesday early Tuesday instead of the final touches. Yeah, I think that's a way a lot of people should do more of. Damage totals and healing totals, not percentage. Yeah, it would be nice to see that too. I'm with you, Dr. Evil. It'd be nice to have a little bit more of a extensive breakdown on everything. Why am I getting some weird frame shenanigans today? Do I think that DE will expand the stuff from Jade Shadows? I think that it's a part of the main story quests for a reason. And we'll leave it at that. They wouldn't put something like that into the main story quest section unless it had importance, with potential future importance as well. It would be a little bit odd, I think. Okay, Blue's got that one there. Cardi's got that one there. I'll go over this way. You have Nezha Prime in the Foundry? Heck yeah, we love Nezha. We do love the Nezha around here. You're a Limbo fan? Limbo is great. Over on Spectre to see if the Spectre's passive gives you damage mitigation, the Righteous Negation charges. No, I have not tried that. What Archon shards would be good on Hildren? I wouldn't put shield capacity shards on her personally. I would lean more into strength. Because if you can get to high enough strength levels, you can get to 100% armor strip. And she's very much sort of a high strength, high duration frame. So I would probably say go into strength or go into duration personally. For Archon shards. She doesn't really need more shields. At least not in my opinion. She doesn't really need more shields. Up, please. Thank you. But it also kind of depends, right? If you just want to go harder into shields, then, you know, live your best life. Go crazy. It just kind of depends on how you want to be playing your Hildren, right? Hey, Golly, how you doing? What's up? How's your weekend? Another candy. Not the kind of candy I'm specifically looking for, but hey, candy is candy. And there's numero 6. Do you think you're a candy? You're not a candy. Just finished work? Nice. Hope today was not too bad. Making her for ETA, EDA if she shows up. I mean, she is a fantastic choice in ETA and EDA as long as you don't get a mission where the enemies have no armor or shields. Which I think is, like, impossible now that I've said that. Do you know if Archane Hotshot triggers from Blazing Pillage? Theoretically, it should, because it is an ability being, activating the heat stack, so it should. Hey, Cherry, how you doing? In theory, yes, that should work. I have not tested it out, but logically speaking, I want to say yes, that should function like that. There we go. We got all 8. Hey, Hydroponic. Been a while. How you doing? And by a while, I mean just, you know, 2 days since I've not been streaming. There we go.
Mission complete. Excellent
Do
work.
what's right. Coffee. Doing great. Secured yourself a new job exactly 2 weeks after you were laid off from your previous one. Ooh, Cherry, that's very good to hear. You finally got the YouTube short king? Well, I'm not short, so how dare you? I'm 6'3". Come on, man, that's not that short. No matter what the dating sites tell me. The self-deprecating humor. 2-day break feels longer for us. Man, I was just a mess over my break. You mean shorts? I know what you meant, but I just felt like I had to have a good goof with you. It's 5 minutes by car instead of 1 hour to your previous one by train. Ooh, I'll never say no to that. Send your crazy titanium build? Of course, you're always welcome to send me your builds. What a silly question, of course. Send them on over. I'll take a look at them when I can. Help a noob, gotta be one of your favorite things to do. It is fun to help new people, especially when you start to see them, like, building up their knowledge base is one of the things that I absolutely love to do. Like, whenever a new viewer comes in and is like, hey, I have no idea what I'm doing, and then we take a look at their builds and help them out, and then just sort of like watching them gain, you know, knowledge and get better at the game and better at building, I'm like, yes. Yes. It makes me very happy to see. Force it, you don't see the mission? Yeah, no worries. That's just a bug that pops up every once in a while. A little bit of desyncy shenanigans. Hey, Andromeda, how you doing? Feel so proud of them when they start doing their things on their own? Yeah, it's always great. Find a good ore mod for Hildren. I would recommend Corrosive Projection, unless you are going to very high strength. So if you want to see my Hildren build there, Codman, I'm using the Balefire or the Aegis Gale Augment, and you just gotta type !Hildren for that to get that hot special hands. Time to finish up your quota stuff? Ooh, what are you doing with your quotas? Just farms for some weapons? Switch has desync problems way too often? Yeah, it's just because of loading times. Right? Like, I obviously have a faster loading time than a Switch. So when I start up a mission, before you're done loading out of a mission, it doesn't show up. So that's just sort of a me being too quick shenanigans. Farming the last 2 ephemeras. Ooh, very nice. What 2 are you missing?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You need heat? Like, as in, you need warmth? Or are you, like, are you cold? Or do you need a heat mod? Except Thursday Fun Day? Yeah, I think we're gonna be doing some Arc Raiders, Thursday. Hanging out with, Frozen Balls. Oh, I gotta reach out to him and actually ask him about that. Hey, May, how you doing? Yeah, there's one back here. There you are. What are we doing today? We're getting our dailies done, and then we're doing our weeklies. Send you build? Yep, I'll take a look at it as soon as I'm done here. You know, the usual. Zaz Whisper on Titania? Yep, it's really good on her, especially if you use Blast. It does some really wild things. Wait a tick. No. I knew we got all 8, but I was wondering if maybe that was a sculpture. Let's go! And now we got a spy. I spy with my little eye someone who needs to get beaten the frig up. Oh, don't mind me and my silliness. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. 2, 4. You got schoolwork sent home for him to do? There's no rest for the wicked, even for the smalls. Still got schoolwork to do, bud. Alright, there ain't jack in here. Doesn't look like it, at least. Anything down here? No. Don't forget, squad, to look inside of the rooms. Don't forget to look down inside of the rooms. They like to hide candies inside the spy rooms there. Just completed your seal path nodes today. I still have yet to do that. I have been so lazy. My opinion on the Daikyu? I like it. It's very fun. Very high damage. Can be built out in a bunch of different ways, and with the Amalgam Daikyu mod, it hits like a truck when you land those weak point hits. Quite a fun bow. Still kept your streak though? Heck yeah, May. Proud of you. Alright. Any candies in here? Candy check. Drop by to say hi. Need to run to laundry. No worries. We'll catch you later, Wisp. How you doing today? Go have fun with your laundry. We'll catch you later. Nothing in there. Sad times was had. Love my videos and shorts. You're a legend in the community. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm just a Zenos. But how you doing, Critical? Welcome in. I'm just a dude doing my dude things, you know. You must not be a candy. Anything down here? Nope, nothing down here. Your brain feels like mashed potatoes? Well, you shouldn't have boiled them and stuck them in a stew. Well, there's your first problem. Another candy. Can't think today. I mean, I can't think most days, so don't worry. You're doing fine, Rogue. Thinking hurts. You have to use brain processes, brain power. I ain't got time for that. Thinking. Jeez. Nope. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This way. Starting to believe Soulframe melee runes don't exist. I have yet to see a rune in Soulframe. Is 362 Ayatan sculptures? My only question is, why do you have 362 Ayatan sculptures? You know it's gonna be traded in for Endo, right? Free Endo. That's so much Endo. Just zone out your thoughts, but means you're not stressful, like problem free. Yeah, I feel you. I get you. In my Endo? Your Endo's in my Endo? Nah, that's not true. Although I do have enough Endo for most of you combined, so to be fair, I've only got like 1.5 million Endo. But you have 3 million Endo in your collector, then as long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. That's a lot of sculptures, though. You could sell them for platinum if you really felt like it. People actually buy those for plat. Not a lot of plat, but a little bit. Done some research. The spider drops the bow, Nimrod and melee, the melee, and wizard the magic. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the other bosses also have chances to drop runes. That was like, there was a bug for a while there where only those 3 bosses were dropping runes, but I have no idea if that's actually the case or not. Hey, Waving Wolf, how you doing? Hey, Joker, what's up? Okay, we got room for at least one for Suda dailies. Anybody for Cephalon Suda? Kung Bob, all right. Masher, are you going to be joining us for Suda? You're absolutely welcome to. Same with you, Blue, of course. Not seeing any of them drop others. Yeah, I have yet to see a single one drop at all. Toxic Snotter? Yeah, it's, right there. Exterminate, rescue, rescue. Yeah, let's start with the rescue. Hey Dutch, how you doing? Crafting on build crafting since MR30. Nice, congratulations. Don't feel well today? Well, sit back, relax, grab yourself a blanket, get yourself some water, hang out. Yeah, I have gotten absolutely no runes yet. So, I have no idea. I just assume runes don't exist in the game, and that they're lying to me. Can relic packs give Nyx relics? That's an excellent question. I don't remember off the top of my head. I think if you look up the Nyx relics on the wiki page, it'll tell you where they have a chance to come from, and I think it would mention the, it would mention in there if it would drop from relic packs. But they're evergreen ones, and they're farmable from Railjack, so I don't know how likely it is for them to drop it at relic packs, considering that they have a evergreen farm location, but I could be wrong.
You've located the hostage.
One, if they want to add more runes, you can target farm them. Yeah, I don't really know what we're gonna find out obviously next week, because they did say that they're adding in more stuff later on. Pretty sure they can't, the wiki is very unclear on it. Well, we can just take a look. If that's the case or not. We have the power. I mean, I doubt there's any more in here, but we'll pop this here too. Yeah, okay, there's nothing here. Puts kins on exalted weapons. Yeah, that I agree. That would be nice. Hey, Fred, how you doing? Does the Galaxian work with Galvanized Aptitude? If you have, wait, Galvanized Aptitude. It doesn't work on the Galaxian? Why wouldn't it work on the Galaxian? It's direct damage. No, Galvanized Aptitude should work. There's no reason that I can think of. Yeah, it's direct damage. Even with the chain links, it's still direct. So, there shouldn't be any reason. The new member of the Roomba army? I don't need 18 more Roombas, but I'll never say no. Relic packs. Not relic packs. Oh, that one's vaulted, that's why. Relic packs. Relic packs. Yeah, it's pretty clear actually that it says right there. And look, relic packs. Obtained from Empyrean derelict caches. So then why would it say that these ones are in relic packs? Yeah, so then it's very clear, in fact. It says right there. It's not clear. It says it very clearly. I just did the classic Tenno thing of not reading. But it says it pretty clearly right there. That they don't show up in relic packs. It's actually very clear. Here. No. It's very clear. But why would they list relic packs, only then to say they don't? I don't know, but it's pretty clear. It says it right there. Don't look at me, I don't run the wiki. I have no idea. Now that said, I agree, they are doing extra confusing. like extra confusion. It should just say, these are not available in relic packs. I agree, but it is there. It shouldn't say it comes in relic packs and then immediately say, except it doesn't, because that is dumb and something that shouldn't be put like that on the wiki. I agree, but it does say that they don't drop in relic packs. For what it is worth. But also, again, it kind of makes sense that the special relics, you know, that drop from a specific source wouldn't be showing up there too. You wish you could stock up on relic packs and open them all when you want to? Yeah, no, I'm with you. But also, conversely, I mean, I already do that, but I just save the reputation and then I turn the reputation into relics, right? Yeah, why does it say relic packs there? That's so... What? Who edited that? Why would you do that? That is a weird way to put it. You're absolutely right. And knowing the Warframe community's inability to read anything beyond the first paragraph, even the first word, and I just literally proved it. It seems odd that they would say it's available in relic packs there. Because it explicitly then says that it doesn't available in the relic packs. What did I subsume over Zaku's third? I put Phantom Eyes over their third. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it does say it fairly clearly. However, it also shouldn't say that it's available in relic packs to immediately say, haha, just kidding. Like, that is a little bit weird. Get a free built armor set from the crypt. Yeah, if you do the whole thing, I haven't done that yet. I need to do that still. Need to tame 75 relics or Aya. Relic packs should count towards that, but no, they don't. Well, it's probably because the relic packs are not a drop. They're a purchase. So that kind of makes sense to me. However, like, what is it for, Victor? Is it like a some challenge to that you need to get 75 relics? The Protovirus Syandana? Yeah, that does actually make sense to me, because the purchasing versus the drops, like, that actually does kind of check out to me. I get the annoyance in that it should, you know, be a little bit more clear. Like most things in Warframe, there should be more clarity. But yeah, like that at least makes a little bit of sense to me. At least just a little bit. You're obtaining them, are you not? Yeah, exactly. It should say, like, you know, loot them or like have better clarity there too. But when has Warframe ever been good at that type of thing? That's kind of one of their biggest failings, is weird wordings that don't... What the hell is that? Oh, it's the moss. GabeCube, you've upgraded your first PC from laptop you got for free from a sponsor that you had for a competition. Ooh, nice. Go live in defense missions as limbo for a few hours. If you want to do it really fast, go do captures. You can do captures in less than a minute. If you want to do it like a targeted, I want to farm this right now situation. Especially void captures, Hepit, Uko. They're very fast. You got 75, 4 to 75? Yeah, then I would just, if you wanted to target farm it, like, captures would probably be the fastest. If you have a Nova, then defense could be relatively the same. Like, it won't be quite as fast. It won't be as fast, that's a lie. But it'll be a little bit faster with Nova. Happened over and over again with Titania, the last 30 relics for the Syandana. It was a slog, but you got it. Yeah, exactly. Doing ETA? Yep. Just like every Tuesday. One more mission? Well, good, because we only have one more mission to do. Okay, I'm going to assume both of you can't see that, so I'm going to force it there. Suddenly unlock steel path. Don't worry about it. Take it in your speed. There's no rush. You left almond milk out of the fridge for a few hours. Well, I mean, it's almond milk. At least it's not regular milk. Should be fine. Probably. I mean, like, you should still probably be a little bit careful. Give it the good old sniff test. Hey, Random, how you doing? Alrighty. Where the winds meet? Haven't heard anything about it. Doing great? Heck yeah! Well, welcome on in. Happy to have you. What the hell? Running a Sassoon's version of Zaku here? Yeah, I like running with Phantom Eyes on Zaku. Just because I move around so much inside of my missions, I don't really stay in a room very often. And I'm just not like a huge fan of their base third ability. So I just run with Phantom Eyes to give me that armor reduction as an alternative. Not that I think it's what, the gaze is what it's, their base ability is. Protavir stuff is one of those, it'll come with time things. Yeah, that's what I always recommend with the Protavir. Just like, you know, it's not really any rush, right? Samara standing? Yeah, Samara standing, like, there's a few tricks to doing Samara standing much faster. Like stealth scanning, and also remember that Samaras' dailies are outside of your daily reputation maximum. So you can do, sorry, my brain ain't work good right now. You can increase your reputation maximum with them, or your reputation, by doing the daily scans as well as their daily reputation maximum with Samaras, which does make it, you know, sure, it's a little bit more work, but at least it'll make it a little bit faster if you have time to dedicate to farming it, right? Seems like a NetEase game. I mean, I haven't really heard anything about it, so I have no idea. Ah, Phantom, how you doing? You made to LR4 today, and the Kitzaws and Clutch came in. Oh yeah, Kitzaws and like, okay, first off, Kit Guns are actually still really good. The Zaws are also good. Lurk if you want to. Just do Kuba Spy with the Vara on Steel Path, scan everything. Yep. Stealth scans. That's what I was saying earlier. Do stealth scans for your daily reputation maximum, and then do the bounties that he has every day. The daily scan target. Apparently, we need to do a knitting thing. Define we. And to answer your question about the Gara video. I do not have a Gara video, but I do have a Gara build, which I can get for you in a minute.
The captive has been secured.
Well, I'll pull it up on screen for you. Hey, Dazzy, how you doing? Welcome on in. Well, I don't have time to do the things I already promised to do for people, so I'm not doing any knitting. But I appreciate the effort in attempt to con me into learn how to knitting. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. And I think that was it for our dailies. Yes, it was. Get on my squad. And for my Gara build, I don't know how good it is. This is just how I play it. Oh yeah, I threw on 5 cast speed shards. This is when I realized that Warframe does not in fact actually have a cast speed cap. There's this really funny thing with Gara specifically. Hold on, let me just show this because this is funny. Well, she's so fast that she can't hit in front of her. Like, legitimately. There's like some weird thing with her slash version where it just doesn't function. Secondary outburst, do I play with it? Any tips? Nah, I don't really use secondary outburst. I do go with secondary enervate to feed the crit side. Okay, so let me go to regular Gara just so I can show you the no cast speed. Right? Gara, no cast speed at all. Right? Hits things in front of her. Right? Hit that guy, in fact. You look straight down the line and it hits all those people. But now that Gara's first ability is affected by attack speed, or cast speed, I should say. If you put on too much attack speed on her, her attack starts here instead of over here. So in order to hit things, you have to look this way. She sideswipes people. It's pretty funny. Now, like, what psychopath is gonna run 5 Amber Tauforge shards, a natural talent, and a speed drift? I don't know. But it is funny to like, show that it does weird things. Just to mess with people? No. This is the build that I run on my Gara typically. I run Roar over her 3, Mass Vitrify, Splinter Storm, Shattered Lash. Little bit of duration just so that Roar and Splinter Storm can last for a while. High strength, high range, decent range. In reality, I should probably have more range on here than I actually do. I just like going like this way. You don't necessarily need it. Nourish is a better option than Roar on this build, being real, because she is fairly energy hungry. So I would probably run Nourish instead of Roar, or Bright Bonnet for further strength for all of her abilities. I run Arcane Reaper just so that she has a little bit of health regeneration to play with her 90% damage reduction, 90% damage reduction. And I run, she's got 1,000 health, so I run Reaper just to play into that a little bit more. Just as a survivability mechanic. It's not necessary in any way, shape, or form. I just like it. Energize for more energy. And then on her Shattered Lash, it's just, you know, depending on which way you want to feel like. This is a duplicate build here. So I have it sort of set so that I won't go too far above 100% damage, but this is the build that's the better one. This is the influence build. And I go Gas Electric on here. This is the better version, just for the record. And I play this just as spamming her first ability. You don't need this many, like, I would only run 2 Archon shards. Cast speed shards, I wouldn't run 5. And then you do the usual increasing your melee critical damage with the purple shards. Shenanigans. All right, let's take a look. Masha, what you got? A Visp? Ooh. Very pretty. I love these shoulders. This is one of the best Tenogen shoulder sets. Hydro, what you got? Mesa. Okay, Hotshot, Constitution, Fleeting Expertise. I probably wouldn't run Fleeting Expertise on here. Right, so this is... She has a bunch of abilities that like having duration. And efficiency is... efficiency and duration for energy drain per second abilities like Peacemakers is 1-to-1. Right, so 1% of duration equals 1% of efficiency for the energy drain per second here. This is literally neutralizing that out. I would probably remove this and instead put on Streamline, right? That will equal out to a overall stronger amount of energy per second reduction. Because you'll be gaining 60% energy or 60% efficiency and then gain 60% duration and 30% efficiency, right? Instead of losing 60 of one and gaining 60 of one. I like Mesa's Waltz, although I do put it up here. I wouldn't recommend putting Mesa's Waltz down here. You're running a lot of range. You probably don't need this much range on her. I would probably say go more into strength and duration than what you're doing here. Where's all your range coming from? From overextended? Yeah, I probably wouldn't run overextended. Just like a stretch would do fine here. If you want to be running some range. She doesn't really need range. Range really in her Peacemaker only affects the starting reticle size, right? So it narrows down. It has a larger starting reticle size. The other thing to keep in mind is that you don't have a ton of survivability on here, right? You don't have much health, you don't have much shields, but if you're just killing everything, you should be fine. And Shatter Shield does help because it makes people... What one's the one? Oh, Shooting Gallery does actually help with your survivability by a decent amount, so you should be fine. But I would probably, if you want to be using Mesa's Waltz, I like Mesa's Waltz, I would put Mesa's Waltz up here instead. And I would probably say you don't need the Cunning Drift in general. So I would switch this out for just like a stretch, and a Rolling Guard plays well into Mesa's Waltz because you can move around and you can activate Rolling Guard while in your fourth. Just sort of an idea there. That's how I like to play it. I also wouldn't really just recommend running Pistol Amp on here. The only reason is that this 25% pistol damage just isn't, 27% pistol damage just isn't that great. I would probably swap it out for Corrosive Projection just for a little bit more armor reduction, thus increasing your overall damage. Hotshot Avenger. And let's take a peek here. Alright, so you're running Magnetic. Magnum Force is fine. I would recommend going with Hornet Strike if you're wanting a neutral damage in here. But I would probably instead, because you got neutral damage here and you got neutral damage here, I would just switch this out for a crit damage mod. Dacuprime, Trumna Prime, that can do decently. Any thoughts and advice? Looking for a way to do longer level cap disruptions and one-shot delete acolytes. Harmony does that very well if you have a status priming secondary. Harmony will do that very well. Anything with Kulovo or Wrathful Advance will do it, as long as you have enough critical damage. One-shotting, yeah, I'd be looking Vidaria, the sniper rifle that came with Caliban Prime. Any sniper rifle will do very well. The Nell, if you are good at landing weak points, can handle acolytes quite quickly, maybe not one-shot them. Sancti Magistar slam attacks will one-shot, Architriton slam attacks will one-shot them, or should, up into high levels. So those are all some options for you. I would also not run Magnetic on here. Magnetic as a stat line, as a stat just doesn't really matter all that much. Because you can just do one status it. And I would recommend some attack speed on here instead of Magnetic here. So I would, you can run double heated, that's perfectly fine. Like, I know a lot of people who like to do this just for increasing the heat percentage chance and also just increasing the heat damage. Lethal Torrent for more attack speed. Which either one of these two, Lethal Torrent, And if you do want to run magnetic on here, I would run magnetic might, which is magnetic might will give you magnetic damage on a singular mod, but also give you critical damage, and this is usually people are leaning towards crit damage on here. Anemic agility also good. Yep. Lethal torrent, anemic agility. Multi-shot goes very well on here. And then Cascade of Flare, get that max out when you can. I think that what your build there is perfectly fine. Like, Hydro, your build there is great. Go for Prime Heated Charge? Yeah, but I mean, if they have the normal one on here, assumably that means that they don't have the Prime, right? Eventually, yes. Shopping list. Heated Charge. Prime Heated Charge would be a good choice. Ooh, that's cool looking. I like that. I like. Voyage or Titania. Razorwing, Precision, Vigilante Vever, Zada's, Augmented, Precision, Fast Deflection, Dreamer's Bond. Why Dreamer's Bond? I assume you're playing her 4. You don't get any energy regeneration with Dreamer's Bond, or are you just using it for the health regeneration? Forma? Understood. Dex Pixia. Enervate for your crit chance. Toxin Blast Magnetic. Any particular reason for Toxin instead of Electric? I would say go Electric on here. Corrosive. How are you getting the Electric on here then? 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. That was just my doctor. Corrosive. All right, Archon Continuity, of course. Yeah, no, I think that build looked really good. The only thing I would say is maybe Brief Respite. You know, once you get the Forma. And you could put on her regular pistols some auger mods so that you have, like, something to spam to get back your shields for, these two to play with. And the only other thing I would say, maybe instead of Precision, what's the pistol one that gives you ammo efficiency? I would maybe say go for the ammo efficiency one instead of Precision. Or Pistolier, yeah. Or Molt Augmented, one of these two. Maybe that. No, he already said that this is because of Forma stuff. The only other thing I would say here, Voyage, is you could do with some more strength for, like, this and this, but you're running Precision Intensify, so, like, probably this is the best that you can get out of it without removing Razorwing Blitz, but also that just gives you so much fire rate, right? So, like, I would say you could maybe do with a little bit more strength. Gray's Tavern. Ooh, I like that. Having sort of this deep burnt orange with the bright orange contrasting it. I like that. Looks good to me. Hi, Paul. What's up? Ooh, nice Nova. Am I into Risk of Rain? I am into Risk of Rain. I haven't checked out any of their new stuff recently. Okay, so that combo. Jonah Ross, welcome in. Aegis, Hotshot. Okay, so you're doing more of a weapon platforming build. You got Roar, Blind Rage, Never-Minded. The only thing I would say here is I would probably drop Narrow-Minded. And then I would drop Overextended. And the only reason I say that is you do want to have... I mean, you already got 194, though. Do you really need any more strength than that? Probably not. But I would probably say you don't need Narrow-Minded on here. You got... So here's my logic, right? If you switched out these three here, you may end up with more stats by not using these three. Right? Because this is giving you a net benefit of -5 strength. This is giving you a net benefit of 23% duration. Or 23% range. Right? It kind of feels like these three are all canceling each other out. Like, these two are literally canceling each other out. You know what I mean? So sometimes, like, especially when you're looking for tri-stats, sometimes it's not the best option to go with corrupted mods. Because if you just remove these two, you could get more duration in elsewhere through shards or, like, augur, which then allows you to play more into the shield gating. And then you could just get, like, a range mod on here. Give it a test. No, that said, like, you're certainly not going in a bad direction. You got high strength, you got high strength, you got decent range, and you got very high duration, which is something that she does want. So, like, it's certainly not bad. But I wonder if you could get some, like, other options in here for these three. Do I have a Zaku looting video? No, I don't. I mean, the Zaku looting video is the build that I use for my Zaku, like, box breaker is the exact same as my normal Zaku build. Wave and Wolf, what you got? Mesa. Archon Vitality, Velocity, Hotshot, Redirection. Why Redirection? Is my only question. Mesa's Waltz, High Strength, High Duration, Neutral Efficiency. This is the only thing I don't know. I would switch this out for Rolling Guard so you can play with the Mesa's Waltz there. And I would switch this out for Corrosive Projection instead. Velocity for more attack speed, Hotshot, and then I assume on your regulators you'll be running Heat so that your Hotshot will get activated. Neutron, Overextended, Archon Vitality, Augur Reach. Yeah, so on this one I think you're going too far into the range on here. So I would maybe drop Augur Reach for Augur Message for a little bit more duration. You don't need this high of range in my opinion. The rest of this looks good, though. Just there for the extra bit of shield? That's fair. Isn't that the nuking build? I don't know. I just played my build as my nuking build. I feel like having that high of range, though, is not bad. I think that is maybe a little bit more than what I would normally play with. That looks cool, Uzi. I like that. Atlas. I'm not super sold on the red tertiary accent color here. The rest of that looks nice, though. Atlas Prime. I'm confused at what you're trying to go with here. This build feels like it's trying to do two separate things at once. And not really doing great in either of those directions. To not try to sound like an ass with that. I mean, the armor's there for battery, so at least that kind of makes a little bit of sense. Right? But you got flow here, which is getting your energy levels up above the 500. So I feel like you don't need battery, nor do you need fiber, nor do you need Aegis here. Because you're already above the necessary to do the purple shards. Atlas is very much high range now. Range now active scales on landslides significantly more. Hey Prefect, hey Carl, how you both doing? Just making something? Okay, fair enough. I would say lean more into range than I would with armor here and with battery. Or remove flow and work from there. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to a share bro. Otherwise, hesitate. See you in a second. Bye. Maybe just a reach on here. What are you running? Gas electric? Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah. Wisp? Another wisp? Ooh. It's kind of cool looking, actually. I like that. That looks nice. Seven got the prime. Ooh, that looks nice. Ooh, I like that Sevagoth. Okay, I need to go get my weeklies a-going here. Place for no better man. Ain't no place for no hero. Kill some enemies. Kill some enemies. Melee. Melee. Containers. Enemies with abilities. Okay. Alright. Good old Valk. The Rauta, the Tenedetron, we don't care about that. Dirigia. And here. Precision Intensify or Archon Intensify? Why would you be running Archon Intensify? Is 3 heals? Is he taking damage, though? Right? You're invisible. Are you ever actually taking enough damage to reliably keep it active? So I would say, then again, I'm also incredibly biased against Precision Intensify. I know this. We all know this. This is nothing new. So I would probably run Precision Intensify, or not Precision Intensify, if I were given the choice. I would run just regular Intensify, or Umbral Intensify specifically. But like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Yay! 12-meter range! Whee! 12-meter range! On the Nami solo! Whee! Whee! 12-meter range! With 100% follow through! Whee! What a silly weapon. Running Citrine? Or, I mean, like, Citrine, kind of depends on, like, what build you're going for. It makes sense on some frames, but I think a lot more people put a lot more stock into that than they really should. I don't think that it's as good as everyone thinks that it is. Making infested butter? No, we're blending them. We don't make butter out of them. We make smoothies. At what point would enough range on a melee, assuming follow the percent, make it effectively a gun? I feel like 12 meters. Prefect, I actually got a halfway decent ribbon roll on my Nami. You'd be, like, mildly amused by the fact that I finally got something that's not awful for a ribbon roll. Yeah, it's got, like, 3.5 meters range and 300% crit chance. Whee! Derby Elite, welcome in, how you doing? All right, there we go. Yeah, I got a finally not terrible roll. Only 120 plat away from getting the Valkyr heirloom. Ooh, that's not too bad. Pretty dang close. Rebid Steve are silly? Yes. I can't believe that they manage a successful giant company. I mean, sure, I'll just take free electric damage. Thanks, bro. Kill some tech rot. You miss old Ripline? No, you don't. Don't lie. Don't lie, Prefect. You don't miss old Ripline. You miss Valkyr trolling? Old Ripline was trash and you know it. Don't lie to us all. Scal Prime hype, founder thing, but it's just FOMO. I mean, it's like, so for those who don't know, like, they did the founders package because they needed, like, the company was gonna close in development of Warframe, right? So the founders for Warframe, even though some of them are a bit obnoxious about it, saying, thank me, peasants, for the game you get to enjoy, they actually did help fund the game, right? They helped to fund the game that we all know and love today. But, you know, it's mainly just sort of like, ooh, you fancy. But, you know, if someone's just, like, rubbing your nose in it saying, don't you, you know, thank me for my service like some crazy person. It's like, no, you're being dumb. You backed a Kickstarter, and just this Kickstarter happened to be successful. Everyone's favorite Warframe? Go? Nezha. It's always Nezha. Like a war veteran? I didn't make that comment. And I wouldn't necessarily, that's the agreement, but like the over-the-top people, you know what I mean? Just be like... But then again, also, you shouldn't just be a jerk about it anyway if you are a founder. Huge fan of Zaku? I do love Zaku. Zaku's great. They've turned into one of my most used frames just from doing dailies with them. It's kind of funny. He's cool and loves his playstyle. You know what? That's fair. That's totally reasonable. As long as you're having fun, that's what matters most. Happy birthday. Did your rats get you anything? I love you, Letty. You're great. Enemies with melees. Gyre's your favorite frame? Gyre is a ton of fun. And her Prime's coming out in like a month or in a bit. Well, probably less than a month. Probably only a couple of weeks now at this point. Because now you hate Revenant? As long as you're having fun. Flavor, you know, personal preference, personal taste grow as you grow as a player. Nova, Zaku, Komi, Varuna. Ooh, all good choices, hero. How close we were to December? Yep. We find out the release date of Old Peace next Friday, actually, on the dev stream. The official Warframe stream crash? Sounds about right. Rue's not there. Rue's on vacation. So Rue can't save them from themselves. Gremlin Fingers see Gyre Prime, you're gonna go Feral? True. Might even shell out somebody from the pack? Ooh, I want to see what the accessories are for her pack. I'm kind of in like the mode where I'm happy to farm primes, but also I do like the prime accesses. But also, next week, we of course have the Soulframe Founders, which, yeah, I need to buy the big pack for, I need to buy the big one. Twitch a dream? It's not a dream, it's a nightmare. Frost Mega Heirloom ever come back? No idea. I'm assuming not. My assumption is no. Apparently on-calls count as specters? I did actually know that. You hate opening relics and farming them? No, see, for me, I'm happy to just farm it. Drop a new frame and prime at the same time? Yes, they have over the years. What one exactly? I can't recall, but I do know that it's happened over the years. Whoa! Huh? Over halfway there. Ooh, almost got all the sub points. Oh, thank you for whoever subbed. For some reason, the bot has not announced your sub, but I appreciate you. Heard Uriel is kind of a summoner frame. Excited to see what he's about. Yeah, so the only information that we have on Uriel at this point is that, we're going to be playing a lot around how their minions interact inside of the missions. Motorcycle in this game? There is. Yes, it's Warframe. We're not really sure what Warframe is, but it's Warframe. Feel like we're all kind of a little bit confused. Similar builds than the semi-AFK build I made? Or are you talking about the Araxia build? I love Araxia, she's good fun. Warframe is its own category? So true. So true. And chop, 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 chop. And chop, 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 chop. And chop, chop, chop. You drink pirates? What does that mean? Missed the first part of the message? Probably. Running similar builds than the semi-AFK. Oh, well, that's because your other message got disappeared on me. There's some weird interaction with the Araxia skills in Verglass. With Contagion Bond, you check the E log and the damage scales in the trillions. Yeah, no. That's, so that's not actually just for, that's not the Verglass. That's not Araxia. That's just, sometimes damage does that in Warframe. You can end up getting, well into the trillions, quadrillions of damage, depending on the build and loadout you have. The game can only show you 2.1 etc billion damage at its maximum. But through the sort of EE logs, or there's this like like something that allows you to pull out the information, it does insane amount of damage. Yeah. It does a bonkers amount of damage. Magnetic status effect, non-tunnel ally, shoot health orbs, pick them up. Sure, why not? Should you subsume Roar or Smite into Mirage for ETA? Well, you shouldn't do Roar, because you would have to remove her Eclipse, and that's very not smart. When am I going to resume the Helminth tier list? Great question. You're asking an excellent question. Damn spam caller. Did I get your DM? No? Wait, yes? I'm not certain. I'm going to say yes. My life has been crazy. I will get back to you whether or not I have. Mirage plus Eclipse is amazing. Anything with Falcor, but Glaives in general really shines for you, yeah. Oh, the Soul Frame code, yeah. Cat Girl Mio, yes, I did. Sorry, I just been busy with, like, the rest of life, so I haven't gotten back to you. Corrupted Hollow Keys in Railjack, what do you do? But Corrupted Hollow Keys are good. Why are you tired of getting something that's useful? Or the 4. Annoyance. You need Sevagoth systems, not Hollow Keys? Well, I've got good news for you. Hollow Keys drop in any mission. They're not exactly attached to the same loot area as... Well, some of them are. But, they just drop in missions now. You have to go in and do a Void Storm mission for Sevagoth. You always get Corrupted Hollow Keys now, right? They're an always loot. But then, like, the extra Corrupted Hollow Keys are what you get on top of that. What are my thoughts about Soulframe? I think Soulframe has the opportunity to be bigger than Warframe ever has been. And I absolutely love Soulframe. Could you all just die so I know where I need to go for the next area for box breaking? Because it's 300 freaking boxes I need to break for this stupid weekly. Why 300? That's like 6 missions. The other thing I would recommend, Carrion, is make sure that you're doing, a lot of people don't double check to see how much of the mission that they need to do in order to get the Sevagoth stuff. So keep an eye, like, go to the wiki, take a look at what, you know, what you have to do, because some people just go in and then they don't actually look at what the requirements are. And they're like, wait a second, why is it not dropping? It's because it doesn't drop here. Oh. So highly, highly recommend to double check. Yeah, just type !Zaku and you'll see the build. You thought Mirage's 4 was good for nuking, but does it not scale well? Actually, it's the 2 that's good for nuking with her augment explosive ledgerment. Her 4 is kind of okay. It's not the best. Most people don't run with her 4, like, just being honest, like, most people don't play with her 4. But it does have some neat tech to it. Check the wiki for the location. The Void Storm has only been doing Veil and Pluto Storms. You're just that unlucky. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, are you doing for the correct duration of the mission? I don't remember if Sevagoth is a one and done, or if you have to go to, like, rotation C. Just because I cannot recall off the top of my head. I don't think it's a rotation C shenanigans with the Sevagoth. I think it's just one and done. So, it's end of mission rewards? Right. But what I'm saying is... Oh, so you're saying end of mission rewards. Okay, never mind. Yes, okay. So it's not rotation C. Yeah, so then you're just getting bad luck. Nothing we can help with you. Terrify over Mirage's, her 4 does some pretty respectable damage in the steel path. Yeah, when you remove armor, whatnot, then certainly her abilities do a lot more damage, or that ability does a lot more damage. Where the hell am I? I feel like I'm in a fugue state. Oh, I'm here. It's like, where the frig is this tile? How did I end up here? Alright, nothing interesting here. No more lootums. Is Evening Song a better bow than the Nadaruk? I wouldn't say so. Not that the Evening Song is bad, but I wouldn't say that it's better than the Nadaruk. It's quite a good bow, actually. It's also nice because it's got sort of that unique trait where it stops enemies from doing damage, but then also gives your allies multi-shot, which is quite nice. So it's more like it does utility and decent damage, but the Natteruk does just outrageous damage and also infinite body punch through and shoots telephone poles, not arrows. So, you know. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go feed my cat right now, too. We'll get that out of the way here. So, I'll be back in a few minutes here, everyone. Mods, just keep an eye on the kids for me. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay, what do we got? Oh, right, containers. Wait, how many did it say? I just read it said 160. What the heck? What the? Whee!
Today, the patient is Holvania herself. She's choking on tech rot spores and her spray. Scald level health feathers to purge the rot. Niños couldn't keep
Energy pads.
I'm hoping you're a little
Who needs preparation when you get energy pads?
Hey, be on the lookout for spore X charges. Every little bit counts.
What?
Scrubbers are prone
How did I get flung off my motorcycle for that? What the hell?
for the scrubber.
Immediate boost, immediately denied. Rip. Alright, let's get this done. Get our ETA and EDA going here. Salutes to break over this way. Oh, I'm on the survival. Oh, I didn't want to be on the survival. I want to be on the exterminate. Eh, whatever. It's fine. We're gonna have to do another run here anyway. Is fine. Is fine.
Situation critical.
Yeah, once I'm done getting these done, you know the deal. I like to get these done first.
Amir's code injection is like
Okay, I think we're going to leave here now. This isn't what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And exterminate. Oh my gosh, those ribs, Dr. Evil. Rude.
About time we discipline the horror. All of them. You put them in the ground. Feel me?
In our Discord, Dr. Evil posted a picture of the ribs that they're making up. For the Demos Weekly one? Yeah, just make sure that you're around. When I start screaming, I need people for EDA. Spectacular. How's it going? Welcome in. Alrighty. Alrighty. Slowly but surely, getting it all done. A little bit annoyed that it's 300 boxes we need to break, but yeah, whatever. It's odd that, like, this is the thing that takes the longest out of all my Holvania weeklies. Gauss Prime at MR8, you should build Gauss Prime whenever you feel like. Gauss Prime is an utterly fantastic frame. Ditzy, welcome in, how you doing? A giveaway for some ribs? I wish. Yeah, Prime Warframes don't have MR requirements, so if you want to, then do it. Gauss is a fantastic Warframe at all levels of the game. Do what makes you happy. Shroom! 5-0. What if you don't have good mods for them? Well, thankfully, Gauss is one of those frames that you're like perfectly fine. You know, you don't need a ton of mods for Gauss. You just want high duration and high strength. So it's like throw on whatever duration you got, throw on whatever strength mods you got, you should be good. Thanks, Iron. Josh just needs fast deflection. You're capable of doing level cap. Yeah, it's a little bit silly.
Mental, mashing up everything they see.
He's certainly a little bit sillier in that way.
You put them in the ground.
And there we go. A lot of people about that never got an answer. Well, that's why you should always hang out here. Well, if you want to. You don't need to always hang out here, but you know, I gotta say it. Those things you just put down, those are energy pads. What they do is they regenerate. Ooh, this requires too much resources. Enemies with abilities. Easy. Switch back to Valk. And we go into Steel Path, and we go here. It's just enemies, right? Yes, it is. Energy pads will give you back energy whenever you, every like 7.5 seconds. In non-Steel Path, you can spam them down. In Steel Path, you can put down one every 5 minutes. Put down emissions, but never what they actually do. They give you 100 energy every 7.5 seconds. Your invigorations for this week are insane. Ooh, what'd you get? So, like, I throw one of those down, sit here for a second, kill some stuff while I'm getting my energy up. Love my energy gen. Hey, Solvis, how you doing? And now that I've got enough energy to go, I just go. 200 ability strength for Banshee and 200% critical chance for Citrine. Ooh, that's tasty. Ooh, that's be tasty. Good old Valk. Oh yeah, I mean Gara's great for it. I just prefer playing Valk for it. That's all. Gara, like if you're doing these, any exalted frame that has melee damage is quite good. So that makes Gara, that makes Korra, Atlas, Baruch, Scal, all of those fantastic for doing these. Gonna be lurking in the shadows? No worries, Hunson. Never selling someone ward for 56% damage? Oh no. Can Nova do level cap? Absolutely. Quite easily, actually. One of the big tricks with Nova doing level cap is that depending on what mission you're in, you just go into Slova mode once things start getting a little bit too tanky. So that the enemies have less likelihood of attacking and actually killing you. Fantastic for survivability. She has actually really good damage output on top of that. And with like my build with Nova, you would just do that Nova build, and then once the enemies start getting a little bit too difficult and like they're doing too much damage, then you switch to Slova. Don't play Operator all the time, do you? Nah, not really. Die at level 1000, switch to Slova at that point. Right? That's usually the tech that people use for that, to take her into level caps. A lot of people just want to like not have to think about having to change up their playstyle at all, but switching up your playstyle a little bit is never a bad choice. So if you don't play Operator, why max out Focus? The reason why is there's a few of the Focus School options inside of each Focus School, 2 specifically, are called Unbound or Waybound options, and that means that they will affect you even when you're not attached to that Focus School. Right? So Last Gasp is one that's on Unaru, but it will activate when you do it the full Waybound, full Unbound, that it will give you the Last Gasp function, or Last Grasp function, while you're not even in Unaru, right? So every Focus School has them. These are the waybounds here, right? So waybound for which are the waybounds for Zenric? I think it's these two are the waybounds for Zenric. Yeah, because they got the little symbol there. So these ones will always be active even when I'm not in Zenric. And same with all of them. They each have two. Narman's is these two. Increases operator movement speed and increases void sling distance. And Matterize is increases energy for amps, increases energy generation for amps, etc., etc. Right? And there we go. Should you consider finding another weapon? Well, the Ignis Wraith is, the Ignis and its upgraded version to Ignis Wraith are both incredibly strong. Like, even into later stages of the game, they're quite powerful. So I got Valkyr. Ooh, I got Chroma and Valkyr and my Opticore and this, wow. Wow, and my Okina. Oh, what a week. Okay, what do we got? What a week we got here. Okay, Tegra, tumors, okay, so blow up the tumors, Archdeximus, 3 times their normal, that's fine. Enemy health slowly regenerates, that's fine. Allies within, okay, so slow your movement speed. Masmites draw, Masmites upon death immediately rush to flare. Legacytes are more powerful with each generation, but take longer to escape. Enemy guns launch all... Okay, overguard. Okay, so... with that in mind... hypersensitive, duration of negative status effects, all abilities are disabled, ability durations, max ammo. Alright. So let's grab the... Let's grab the... Yeah, let's do the regular. Let's do the regular. Let's swap to the Hind. Which we'll throw on here. And we'll throw on the Dexterity. And then we'll grab the Stug. And we'll throw in Cane adapter, and we'll throw in a Dexterity here. And then we'll grab our Okina. And we'll do that, we'll do that, we'll do that. We'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. Alright, who else wanted to join us? Annoyance, you wanted to join. Annoyance, what's your in-game name? And I think Dalen asked earlier, Erzman. But Erzman, if you want to join us for ETA, we can grab you for your ETA. Impetus be good on Titania? If you run the secondary arcane thing, or the, encumber on her pistols could be good. Because then 78% more power strength and 79% more power strength and 78% more power strength and 39% more efficiency is not a bad thing on her at all. Yeah, because I don't care about that. This is a little bit annoying, and that's fine. And this I don't want at all. So this is what we're gonna play with. Let's make sure I got the bridge. I do. All right, everyone, I gotta run a quick ad break every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit.
These hell scrubbers have been marinating in tech rot for God's knows.
Whee! Ow. Oh, ow. Drain. Whee!
Whatever you say, kid.
Whee! Cool shirt. Thanks. You're on an old gen Xbox? Don't worry about it. We're all chill here. Oh, you know what? Actually, I need to gain some energy up here. So let me do that. Oh, right. I didn't take any actual useful guns. Like a goof. Yeah, why aren't they? Why is that not dying? All right, the energy reduction here is, or the duration reduction here is a little bit annoying, but we're managing. Don't forget to look for these little spores on the ground, squad. Shoot them out, break them down. Pop life support as needed here, so that they'll stop spawning on us. I will trust you to deal with that. I will deal with this. What level these enemies? They're 500-ish. 487. But no adversary weapon announcements? Yeah, that's not that surprising. This way. If we could be grouped up just so that we can make sure we're dealing with all of these little spore things properly. That would be cool. Just go head over towards the closest life support pod squad. Yeah, I don't like your status effects messing with me, so I'm just gonna turn on this ability instead, nerd. I don't have Prime Sure-Footed on this build. Because this is the Hysteria build, and I forgot about the whole energy drain shenanigans with duration, so we're suffering a little bit, but we're managing. Where's this one? Up here? Oh, it is up here. Okay, let's just pop this life support. Just deal with the stupid spawning things. Just get rid of them totally. LeBang, how you doing? And Warped Fart, what a name. What a name. Get out of here, nerds. 20 minutes till your Mesa Prime's done? Ooh, very fun. Mesa's great. LeBang, like LeBung? It's LeBang. Alrighty. Any more life support shenanigans? Head over to that life support pod squad. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's under. Yeah, it's down here, eh? There we are. Finally got clip delegation was a nightwave shot. Now your site's goated and you can finally properly work on this fashion. Very nice. Yeah, the site does some pretty wild things when you spec them out properly. The Sobek, you know, what's the other one that a lot of people were using? The Czar. Got a lot of primes to add to your collection? Heck yeah! Yeah, I probably should have put Eternal War on this build, actually. That would have made life a little bit easier. Yeah, well, whatevs. Not that big of a deal. Yep, I actually showed off that build in my Araxia video. Which, if you want to see that video, you can type !Araxia. Smite seems to be working on the Babu. Of course it is. She's your main frame? She's a ton of fun. And in fact, if you watch today's short with the Nautilus, you'll see my Araxia funny AFK damage build, where the Nautilus does so much damage that it breaks the game. Because Araxia does some weird things with companions. You need to get the Nautilus? Oh, I would highly recommend it. The other thing that's really good with Araxia and the Nautilus is the fact that Cordon will group enemies through Webbed Embrace. So it'll drag enemies into Webbed Embrace and also drag enemies like who are locked down by Webbed Embrace. Annie Tan! Oh, I see a cool chick right there. How you doing, Tan? What's up, Annie? How you doing? No. Listen. Listen, that's how it works around here. You compliment me, I egregiously compliment you back. How dare you, you beautiful soul.
There's something here. Not sure what. Always better than nothing.
Mods, can we shout out at an anti-tan, please? How am I? I'm doing really well. How are you doing today? 35p for the set's pretty good price. Yeah, it's not a bad price at all. It's still in the active relic rotation, though, as long as Sevagoth is in the active relic rotation, which should be for another 2 or 3 prime accesses. So, I mean, you could absolutely farm it. We have a man in our attic doing things. Are they supposed to be in your attic doing things? Doing HVAC things? Okay, so that makes much more sense. That there would be a random man in your attic. Because, like, if you didn't have a random man in your attic, that would, like, and he wasn't supposed to be in your attic, then that would be really odd. Very confusing. You hate... Shotguns are my favorite weapon in this game. You need to take that back. Mods, get your knives. Clearly, someone we can't trust is in our chat. Should you still have Transient Fortitude for Rumble Intensify on Nova? Kind of depends on what the rest of the build is. No, I love shotguns. Shotguns are my favorite weapon type in this game. They've always been my favorite weapons in Warframe. The comb, the strun, the Sobek. They're all good. Well, not all of them, but a bunch of those are good. What am I stuck on? We have a core in our squad? How did I just notice that now? Baddies! Well, what is this one? What? Where? Oh, you're just stuck in your cage. Oh, the best sniper in the game? It's true. What shotguns do I recommend? Kuba Sobek, Strun, Boar, Comb, Heck, Arcoplasmor. All of those options, quite good shotguns, very strong, very fun to play with. The Exergius, I'm not a big fan of the Exergius personally, but I've always been more of a fan of like auto shotties. Phantasm is good, yeah. Imagine we get a Tenant Arcoplasmor. Sheesh. What are you doing up there?
I can see the appeal.
Anyone asks, you don't know.
Delete! Strong on that list? Yeah, the Strong's my favorite shotgun in the game. It's been my favorite shotgun long before the Incarnates came out, and then when the Incarnates came out, it just got better. So I was like, oh, alright. So the thing that I already love is just stronger? Oh. Yeah, no, sign me up. That sounds delicious. Don't know if it's Steel Path worthy? What weapon? I mean, anything works on the Steel Path if you're brave enough or stupid enough to make it work. The Arca? Oh, it's definitely Steel Path worthy, yeah. No, it's fantastic. If you want to see my build for the Arcoplasmor, you can type !Arcoplasmor. And the bot will summon it for you. One of the big reasons why the Arcoplasmor is so strong is because it gets multiplicative damage from galvanized, whatever the heck that is. Savvy for shotguns? Yep. Because shoot faster? You know what? I respect that. That's still bugged? What do you mean by bugged? Do you mean multi-gun-co stuff? Yeah, that's still a thing in the game. I just wasted my combo counter because I'm an idiot. Ever gonna cover the Miter Incarnate? I mean, eventually, yes. The question is always when, right? Eventually, I'll have builds for everything in the game. Galvanized Savvy and Arcoplasmor, wasn't that a bug? Yeah, so all multi-gun-co is technically a bug. But they've just never gotten around to fixing it or care about it getting fixed. So it just sort of continues to exist. Knowledge Prime's now cooking? Heck yeah. Yeah, like these days it kind of holds up a few weapons because it's multiplicative. I just like, my thing is that I just wish that it was a little bit more reliable. In the sense of like, it's kind of a little bit random where it works and where it gets multiplicative and where it doesn't. So I would love to see them like actually address that finally and make it sort of universal one direction or another. But they may also just be happy with it being a little bit more of a complex hidden feature that you can work on as a more veteran style player. Which, like, I do understand giving a little bit more for the vets. Yeah, send it over. I'll take a look at it when I get it. When I get the chance. And don't forget, everybody, we're partnered with Advanced GG. So if you want to get yourself on some tasty beverages, you can use the code Zenos at checkout to get yourself 30% off. Or not 30% off, 10% off. 30% code expired. Use transmuted, overextended, and narrow-minded on her. I mean, it's not bad. That's like the build a lot of people like to go with, is a lot of those sort of negative ones. Having super high duration on her is, on Nova, is very, very strong. But it kind of depends on the way that you want to play, right? You can remove things that give you negatives pretty easily. Sometimes based off blue shard. So you can end up with some pretty, like, good combinations with it. What I would say is test it out. See what works best for you. I'm not someone who likes to have that many negatives because they're kind of canceling each other all out. But that's not to say that it's not good, if that makes sense. You just got 15 kills, you're literally just dead weight. Who cares? Doesn't matter. We're happy to have you. Oh, this is a Calamos one.
Connected to the future, and we know Techbot, Hive Mind, and Helminth are like distant cousins or whatever. So we eliminate the Hive Mind's legocytes, we starve it of energy, and we start to repair damage to the timeline. In theory.
Just doing my energy dance, don't mind me.
In theory? Oh, I've risked more on worse than that. Let's go.
That is Calamos, where you we're gonna sit down. Which Warframes are in Resurgence right now? I think it's still Neja Octavia. And then it's Wisp Hildren after that. Which is like in a week or so, I think, for the Wisp Hildren bundle. I think. Something along those lines. The only thing that matters is completing the mission. Don't matter how you get to that completing the mission, as long as you complete the mission, right? How come none of you are dropping candies here? Oh, there's a candy. Feed the kitty the Scooby snacks. You want Gara Prime? I'm pretty sure Gara was like recently in Resurgence. Which one was my favorite? Noko. Honestly, this year had banger frames. We had, what, Temple, Araxia, Noko, and then we're getting Uriel. Oh man, they're all good options. I mean, I want to say Noko is probably my go-to out of them all, but that's not to say that the others aren't good. Like, Temple is outrageous. Like, just absolutely insanely good. Where's the enemy? Oh, are you it? Oh, you are. They became your main? Yeah, they're fantastic. Highly, highly recommended. They're incredibly strong. How do you get Temple? By doing the stage defense in Holvania. Same on my mic. This is the Elgato Wave 3. Oh yeah, that's right. They got like that special promotion right now where if you gift a sub, you get 3 months of Nitro for free. Right? Something along those lines? Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me. And you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch share about. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Where? Oh, here. Yo. Okay, you want to activate the ability when I press the ability? Maybe? Thank you.
You say about getting a cat for the boss.
You know I'm allergic.
Grab this since it's here. Go on, Kalamos. Where are you going, buddy? You hate registering for classes? That was something I always despised in university, too. Yeah, it's almost like these damage attenuation changes that they made just made the game a cakewalk in some directions. I'm actually not a huge fan of these damage attenuation changes. I think it oversimplified things too much. You know, things are made of paper now. Yeah, I'm looking at probably upgrading my mic to Shure SM7B. Once a little bit of finances gets freed up. Nah, I don't care about your statuses. I'm playing a Valk here. You didn't get any ads? Sometimes you don't, yeah.
Is our mission complete, Velasco?
Basically, when I push the ad button, it's just sort of telling Twitch, this is when you're going to throw ads at people if you are going to throw ads at people. That's all it is. Easy week. Lightweight. No one wins. Had to order lunch? Ooh, what's for lunch? What are we having? Alright, let's see what we got. Give me my stickers. Give me one that I don't have duplicates for. They're all duplicates. Ooh. Turkey and avocado Sammy. Ooh, that sounds tasty. Ooh, 2 fully upgraded and 2 more that we didn't need, or that we did need. Perfect. Slowly but surely getting it all unlocked. Dentist, no worries. We'll catch you later, Dr. Evil. What band is this? This is Andrew WK. No one wins. All right, what do we got here? What do you want from me, Lloyd? What you want from me, nerd? Citrine. Kit gun, citrine, nunchucks, lens, exterminate, mirror defense, disruption. Anything interesting here? 90% less damage on weak point hits. So our kit gun is probably going to be our answer for that. Slain enemies, burst the void, slowly regen. Damage over time, vampire dickhead. Slain enemies burst with void energy. Gruzzlings are Xmas, who cares? Enemy health slowly regenerates. Enemies only take damage when the player's within 15 feet of them. Flicking ability, deals damage. Pickups don't heal, and health orbs can't be picked up. Lethargic shields, ability duration reduced. Alright, so let's do Citrine. Let's do the Mecha Gem. Let's grab Toxic Snotter. Let's go Mecha Normal. Let's go Kit Gun. What Kit Gun? Spore Lacer. But we need something to land headshots. We need something for weak points, so maybe not the Spore Lacer. Maybe the Catch Moon. Maybe the Catch Moon instead. And we'll just grab the lens. And oh, it's the Shaku. I see. So we'll just take the Master. And then what? Activate ability does damage to you. Ability duration is reduced. Can't heal from pickups. Shields. I feel like we go this route. And we just deal with our abilities. Oh, but actually I really don't like having my abilities reduced. And I do have a passive heal. So maybe we go that route. We have the Catch Moon to land weak point hits for this one. Maybe not the Catch Moon. Yeah, actually the Catch Moon. Yeah, that's fine. All right, Erzman, you said you wanted to join? Erzman, you're not online, redacted, and we had one other person who said that they wanted to join. I think it was Zerat. Zerat, what's your in-game name? Voyage, you're on deck if we don't hear from Erzman. Is there any way that's faster for maxing weapons, other than just using them? There are some missions that are quite fast for doing that. For instance, I would highly recommend defense missions if you're not onto the Steel Path yet. If you finish the new Strange quest, then Sanctuary Onslaught is, quite a good option for it. And otherwise, defense, survival, endless missions, relic missions, and just sort of playing and using the weapons would be what I would do. Is ESO really slow for anyone else this week? I haven't seen anyone mentioning that other than you. So tempted to go farm Helene again for weapon XP, gives so many relics. Yeah, like Helene is one of the goats for it. Okay, we got room for one, which is going to be Voyage, unless Erzman says something. Erzman's still not online. We'll give you another 10 seconds here. Oh, we got Voyage here. Is the one on deck. Ooh, pretty Naku. Noku? What? Sorry, I just had a stroke. All right, Erzman's not here. Voyage. And don't forget to pick up your stuff from Burb. Ooh, Burb's got yellow today. Owning a house sucks? Accurate. Also, never being able to afford a home also sucks. And that's my predicament. From America? No, I'm Canadian. I'm a Canuck. This point, just become a nomad? I don't know if you know this about Canada, but a nomadic lifestyle is not great for Canada. There's a lot of cold. Does Canada also have this housing problem? Oh yeah, it's real bad here. Angela Clark, what's up? You don't see the option? Okay, we'll try restarting here.
I was thinking.
Hey, big deck boat, how you doing? Don't forget, weak point hits is what you're aiming for. Mecha. Delicious mecha. What are we doing? Just exterminate? Easy. Castle around 100k? Yeah, houses here in Canada are like $1 million minimum. They're outrageously expensive. just way too expensive. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that every, 6 months we get buried in snow, I would embrace the nomadic lifestyle. Except for the fact that we get buried in snow every 6 months and there's nowhere to escape it. What happens when you get the peel picks sparkly? What happens to dupes? They get turned into spare. What's it called? They get turned into more of the whatchamacallits. The picked chips. City. Away with you, demon. Yeah, I never really watched much television ever. So like, I never saw Breaking Bad, I never saw The Sopranos. Just, never really much into television when I was growing up. When you were younger, you really wanted to live in Canada? I mean, Canada's a great place to live. Just incredibly expensive at the moment. Maybe one day. Oh, these bastards! I forgot about these bastards. Help! I forgot about these dicks. Oh, I don't have any energy. Boo! Am I going to be the problem person in this mission? I think I just need to throw some shards of glass at people. Or did I take the no health pickup thing? I took up the can't pick up health thing, which I forgot is a major part of her ability kit, because picking up health orbs increases your health per gen from her passive. So I made a goof. Because I forgot that that was a part of her passive. But I'm somehow surviving with 150 health this mission, and I'm doing the Lord's work. Uh-oh. More hollow keys? Ooh, we love hollow keys. Get out of here. You jerks. Remember her one? Yes, but I've got the negative modifier where you can't pick up health orbs. No health orbs. I believe that they're 40, yes. This isn't the last one, right? No, there's a disruption at the end of it. That's right. It's just the one where I'm in the most danger because these little vampire jerks. But we managed. We're still alive. That's what matters most. I feel like I probably could have taken the minus duration. Would have been fine taking the minus duration here. Not like I really need a ton of energy here. Echo? Oh, hi there. Ma'am, you're late for class. Where have you been? Ah, my leg. Well, I mean, when it first came out, it was halfway decent, right? Because that meant more arcanes. But these days, it's not very useful. You're at the museum. Ooh, see anything fun? Did you go see the dinosaurs? Dino DNA. No matter what you do, you can't get a drop to finish. Are you watching on mobile? Paul is still a good Axie farming spot? Yep. You're on desktop. Oh, that's weird. Clearly, it just hates you. That's the only plausible explanation. And it's like you specifically. It's like, yo, screw that A10. Sounds like Ninroot. You know what? You're not wrong. It's because you called Zach a name, yeah, but who doesn't call Zach names? Kidding. We love Zach in this house. Oh, the mecha set. Yes, sweet, delicious mecha set. Good old Catch Moon. Still solid as heck. Why is our Titania player not picking up all of these with your Titania flying power? Why am I having to pick up all of these? What the heck is this BS? When in melee and Arcwing, you keep going into the slamming animation when you want to glide. This is a setting or you're doing it wrong. If you're doing the slam, it means that you're doing a melee attack. So that sounds odd to me. It sounds like you may need to take a look at your keybinds. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Do you know that abilities have duration that need to be refreshed by recasting the ability? Who would have thought? Get Zaku Prime set and sell it on the market? Do it up. That's what you need to do. If you don't have a Zaku Prime for yourself, I would highly recommend it because Zaku is actually really fantastic. The Tenogen Wisp skins? Come on, Blue. You could do better. Oh, we lost Redacted. Hopefully you'll be able to rejoin in time. Hopefully. Our little defense friend here has almost died. But we're all good. Crashed. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully you can get back in for at least the disruption side here. You really want to fashion your Wisp out? Do what makes you happy. If that's the one that makes you happy, then do it. Drink my water? How dare you? Yeah, exactly. I got the heal going on, so it wasn't that bad. Yeah, we had double heal between Titanium's passive and my passive as well. Okay, let's give Redacted like a hot second before we get started here. See if they're able to get back in and join us. So just sit tight, squad. I'm just gonna run to the washroom while we're waiting, so don't get the mission started. We'll give Redacted a second here. Hey Dale, how you doing? All right, looks like Redacted is not getting back in. So we'll just do it with the three of us. Invite you? I can't invite you. It would have to be you getting the accepting the auto rejoin, which you just got, so perfect. Hopefully you'll get all the loot. All right, we got to be within 15 meters to kill things. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. How about dropping a key? Looks like we got one finally here. What one do we got? We got that white one over there. Wow, this is much. When it said 300 meters, it actually meant 9,000 meters. Holy crap. Alright, I actually don't want to get close to you because you're gonna turn off my abilities, ain't you? Oh, shockingly, you didn't. What are you auto-mantling? Auto-mantling. Auto-mantling is the bane of my existence. Wait, where's the key? Oh, it's back here somewhere. But it said it was this way. Or are we just getting waypoint shenanigans? We're just getting waypoint shenanigans. Where the hell is this? Oh, it was right there. Ow. I thought that was a waypoint shenanigans. As it turns out, I was the waypoint shenanigans. Hey, Peanuts, how you doing? For auto-mantling? Yeah, auto-mantling. Yeah, me and auto-mantling. I mean, they would have to, like, if they tried to say anything other than the fact that, like, yeah, waypoints just are weird in this game, I think everyone would just call them out on just like, guys, like, you can't just lie to somebody. Be like, nah, waypoints are just something that are just weird in this game and we can't figure it out. Better just to be honest with that type of thing. Yeah, no, the keys are being very slow to drop here. What is minus damage? Whenever a damage number shows up minus like that, it means that you've hit damage cap. It's the game basically showing that it has the inability to display the damage properly. Meaning that you have gone above the maximum amount of damage that the game can display you. AKA damage cap. Did that with the Arctobia plus Pathos, so assume you did more than intended? Yes, you did many damage. Much of the damage was done. Oh, baddies! There we go. Hello, victim. Goodbye, victim. And what about our last key? It says collect docket, which means it's on the ground somewhere. Who's got the last key? Who's got... Why? Why auto-mantling? Why? All right, easy week. Don't forget, squad, we'll stay together and do the last Netracell as well.
Let me see.
And just get that banged out here.
Well then, ideal. Thank you. Construct. You have been
Equals just upset and annoyed with auto-mantling. I despise auto-mantling. Loosen up regulations comes to copyright? Nah, just use tech wizard powers. I'm just a wizard. Operator automantle is the worst? No, just automantle. You don't need to give any other qualifiers. Thought you were a whizcaster? No, I'm an intcaster. I ain't got no wisdom. I'm dumb as hell. I'm full artificer. Level 3. I'm battlesmith. I got my cat there. Rizcaster? No, that's a warlock. Or a paladin. I'm neither of those.
Tell you your business, but if I was all right, what's his is ours.
No, I'm not wise. I can see the future though. Start your weapons by rank? Yeah, just white boys on it.
They all suck. But you're not cracking the Netracell
Come go burr.
Using the key glyphs will open the Netracell. So be
Oh yeah, let's see if that's fixing. Yeah, yeehaw, there we go.
I was afraid of this.
See if that's fixed.
Netracell security system won't open with all the uglies around.
Oh, it is fixed, good.
And make sure the system sees you doing it.
Baddies, well, you come get your violence, evildoers. Remember, you gotta kill things inside of the circle while you are inside of the circle. Killing things outside of the circle, or while you are outside of the circle, is actively harming your squad. So make sure you're staying inside of the nice, pretty red circle. Who doesn't use their map? If you aren't using your map, sorry, you're a psychopath. About 30% of my game time is always looking up at my minimap. That's not a joke. It's the old Dota training in me. I actually almost play exclusively by looking at my minimap on some frames. where it's just way too chaotic in the squad, I'll just look at the minimap and play from there. Santana! Oh, hi there. Mods? Shout out, Zat. Hildren targets by map? Can? Yes. That was so cute. I know, right? How you doing, Zat? What you up to? Can't see the ground due to the thickness? True. There we go. That makes much more sense. Also, hey, Winter, how you doing? Hey, Blastbeard. You enjoy your lurk. Ah. Hey, Zat, you want to check your Discord for like a hot second? Giggling like a gremlin, have coffee, morning's good. Ooh, very good. Sorry. Oh, wow. Look at that mecha. Yes. Running the blinding vibing build, I just leave. If you want to do that, then I'm just going to leave. It's actually pretty simple. Oh, but I did it for the funny. That's fine. I don't find it funny. Please explain the joke. You know what the best answer is to anybody who says, "Oh, I did it for a joke." You just look them deadpan in their eyes. I'm sorry, I don't understand the joke. Could you please explain it to me? Did I watch the episode for the Mighty Nine? Yeah. I really hope that they're releasing more than one episode on what is it, tomorrow. I have been waiting for this ever since Vox Machina animated got announced. I never really liked Vox Machina. Mighty Nine has always been my, mine. It felt more relatable, like the characters. They didn't feel like, you know, bleh. Like, you know? Just, have you seen the episode? Yeah, I saw the first episode. It's incredible. Very happy. Very, very interested to see where it goes. The thing that I'm really the most interested in is, like, they did the animation style in a very different way this time, and I like it, right? And they said in like a whole bunch of media interviews that they were going to be paying more attention to the magic of like how they stylized and how they presented the magic inside of Mighty Nine, because it was just so much more important than in Vox Machina, because magic was just like, magic happens! Whereas in the Mighty Nine, it's like, this is how magic happens. It explains it a lot more in the story and in the activities. So, like, inside of the actual campaign. So, like, I'm actually really excited for that. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. I'll be right back. I just need to go take care of my back. And then we'll see what we're doing for the rest of our weeklies, and then we'll maybe get into some relics if we don't have any more weeklies. Oh, hi, Jade. Welcome on in, everybody. How's it going? Welcome on back. How was your stream, Jade? What'd you get up to? Mods, shout out that Jade. If you would be so kind. Please, shout at the Jade. Alright, let's take a look at what people have sent over for build stuff. All right, what do we got? Wisp, what'd you send me? A Mesa. This is what you use in level cap stuff. Anything you can swap out for. Not a huge fan of Waltz. That's fair. I like Waltz because it makes me sort of be able to move around a little bit. That's why I really enjoy it. It also plays very well into Rolling Guard, but honestly, kind of, if you don't like it, you don't like it. It's totally fair. Nourish over the 1. Yeah, this is a classic. Low strength, high duration, high survivability for level capping with shield gatey stuff. Testing some abilities, but you're tired. Promise to be with a friend. No worries. Avenger for further crits. Arcane velocity. Yep, looks normal. Hot swapping to fortifier as needed. Instead of cascade of flare. Yeah. Galvanized shot. Yep. Yep, this is the standard. Looks about the norm here. Friendly Zaret. Your first Valkyrie build, not sure if you need to change anything. The only thing I would say here is because you got Equilibrium, you have Nourish, you probably don't need Streamline. I would recommend a little bit of range. It plays very well into Ripline's enemy grouping. So that's the only thing I would recommend changing out here is this for range. I also like having the extra health pool rather than armor. Because you don't really need armor. You get 1 billion armor from here and more armor even than that when you have this active. So I like going more into the health pool and then letting Hysteria's lifesteal kind of help out with that. But it's sort of 6 of one, half dozen another. Fury for more damage, multi-augmented for more stuff, Hysterical Assault. Yep, makes sense. Looks good. Finally working on YouTube. I wish you the best of luck. If you need any help, just shoot out a message. All that looks good. You're running just cold on here. I probably wouldn't run both of these. I would probably not run this. And then you could get another element on here. If you felt like it. Viral goes very well on here. So I would probably switch out Prime Pressure Point for Toxin Mod if you feel like it. Or switch out Gladiator to Might. You don't necessarily need the extra crit chance. You don't necessarily need the extra critical damage. Typically speaking, you know, this is enough critical damage plus purple shards. Animosity, I probably wouldn't use Animosity just because you're already having so much crit. Right, you got Nourish from Viral. Then maybe go Corrosive or some other damage here. If you wanted to. Like, another elemental damage here wouldn't be bad. And then you could also do, Exposure is how I run my Valk. If you want to see my Valk build, there she is. I got a build based around no helmet and then a build based around helmet as well. But honestly, like, the build looks fine. Ooh, and nice fashion too. Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. That looks really nice. I like that sort of purple color that you went with here. As the accent there, looks really nice. Use Magnetic Mod over Gladiator Might. Yeah, Magnetic Mod will do well too there. Another status element, helps you deal with Overguard, helps you deal with shields. And then the Viral helps you deal with health, which is nice. You're raid and run? You're always welcome to raid and run. Ooh, nice Baruch. Redacted. I really like this color. I really like this, actually. Mesa. Okay, monochrome. Nice, nice. Looks good to me. Carl. Seek help. Just seek help. What's wrong with you, Carl? Seek help, Carl. Okay, so you're running Terrify, so this gives you some crowd control, also gives you armor reduction. You have enough strength. I think you have enough strength to activate to get 100% armor strip with Terrify. Actually, I don't know if you do. You have shards? Okay, so yeah. So if you got shards for the extra strength, then you're fine. Running fairly low duration on here, but honestly, you should be fine. Catalyzing shields and Null Star between those, you should be fine. That should be enough Null Star strength to get the 90% there. Energize precision for more secondary damage. Yeah, nice. And then, oh, look at you. Look at you. Vigorous swap, so you can swap between weapons, gaining that multiplicative damage. This is actually really strong. You can get some really insane damage out of this. High strength, high duration. This is the typical build. Fury for melee. Oh, is this you're going to be switching back and forth? Is this for doing the Exodia Contagion shenanigans? With Fury and Vigorous swap? Yeah, Contagion? Yeah, okay, I figured as much. Nice. Looks good. Yeah. Hydro. Zaku Prime. Okay, no helmet, high range, lower strength, I would probably run a little bit more strength on here, if you're able to. What you can do, of course, because you got energy nexus and stretch here, you could, instead of this, just run Archon stretch, have a companion activate it, giving you extra power strength, you know, giving you extra energy, and then it frees up a mod slot here, so you get more power strength to feed into your Zata's Whisper, which could be quite nice. Up here, Coaction Drift or Prime Sure-Footed, or Cunning Drift, whatever the one's the range, or Prime Sure-Footed would be an excellent option here. I probably wouldn't run Fleeting... actually, Fleeting Expertise is fine here, because Vast in Time pauses the duration of all of their other abilities, which is really nice. Although you shouldn't have a lot of energy problems on here, although you are doing a weird energy tank thing. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. Steadfast for the random free ability cast. Multi Augment for more power strength. Brings you back up to 100. Yeah, the only thing I would say here is maybe switch this out for more power strength. Is the only thing I would maybe do here. And maybe a rolling guard on here too. But if you're doing the quick thinking survivability, you should be pretty much fine, because this gives you a 75% dodge chance, which is really good. Sticky Joe! I fucking hate you so much. Prefect? I hate you so much, Prefect. Oh, that looks fantastic. Okay, that actually looks legit as hell. That's really nice. Riz, what you got? Zephyr. Okay, so you're running a lot higher strength than most Zephyrs like to run. Which is fine. People, although with that high of range and that high of duration, actually should be pretty fine. Especially since you're running Pyrotechnics with the Tornadoes, will actually do really well there. Mold Efficiency for further duration, Molt Augmented for further strength. I would say you maybe don't need Molt Efficiency on here for the further duration. Like, I feel like that's enough duration for Zephyr. Also, I wouldn't use Shepherd on here. Most Zephyrs are playing in the air for most of their game. But you did helmet over the ability that keeps you in... No, Tailwind's the one that keeps you in the air, right? Yeah, Tailwind's the one that keeps you in the air. So you could go for... Aerodynamic, I believe, is the Aura mod, or Aviator. I forget which one's the Aura one, but it gives you extra damage reduction while you're airborne, which could be quite good on here. And your other Zephyr build... Yeah, this is a little bit closer to where I see most Zephyrs playing. Super high duration, good range, decent strength. Mold Efficiency, more augmented for more duration and strength. Yeah, on here, the only concern would be survivability. So, if you're playing in the air, I would say look towards Aviator, Aerodynamic for these two slots, since you don't have any other form of damage reduction or survivability on here. Also, where are you getting your health from? Why does it say you have more health here? Zephyr 3 is for her survivability? Oh, yeah, I always forget about this. Yeah, I always forget about that. It's right. Where are you getting this extra health from? Am I blind? Or is this a bug? Why is it giving you the 300 health from Shepherd? Yeah, I know, it's just, that's a weird visual bug. Why is Shepherd showing up the 300 health there? That's really weird. How is it? I think it would be perfect. Echo, your Noko. Ooh, that looks cool. What signed on is that? It's one of the infested signed on. It actually looks really good on here. Embolus shoulder growths, Embolus legs, Illic chest. Ooh, that looks nice, Echo. I like that a lot, actually. Octavia? Ooh. Ooh, that looks good. I like that, Echo. I like that orange and blue. Growing power? Yeah, obviously. Growing power is, like, the best thing out there. Red Shard, Sabo, Intercept, Showdown. Okay, who wants to join me for, Archon Hunt? Riz. Gardy. Peanuts. Gardy, log in. Peanuts, we nuts. Finally caught me live after 5 years. Okay, it hasn't been 5 years, Controversy Cupcake, but it has been a long time. How you doing? Hey, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. You did yours? Why are you lying to me, Peanuts? What the frig? Okay, I got room for one more. You've arrived? Good. Okay, we got room for one for Archon Hunt for the week. Who wants to join? Always need more Archon shards. Why do I have so many Spraudlings? Because Dawn and I keep sending each other Spraudlings. So now I've just got Spraudlings everywhere. Okay, I got room for one for Archon Hunt, or we'll just do 3 persons. Perfectly fine. Spraudles. You can join. Get in here, Scam Cat. You got 9k points. You need more. Give the boy a treat. Okay. Okay, I'll give the boy a treat. I think I need more stalker floofs. I probably more, you're right. Get some freedom in there, ball. Here. No? Okay. He's just sitting in the hallway being a weirdo. Drink my water? Okay. Romance.
Whatever Kazoo is building, it is consuming huge amounts of power and resources. Shut his facilities down.
Town trembles within you.
Whee!
Consumes me. Kill your pride and follow me.
Do you like the Basmu augment? Actually, I really was surprised by it. It's kind of a little bit more niche due to the amount of health that you'd need in order to get the most out of it. So I think that the Hema one that's going to be available in like a week or two is going to be a more popular one because of that. But the Basmu one is certainly not bad. It makes the weapon much stronger, and it's largely because it's a multi-gun-co weapon. Ducks do nothing all day, so do geese. Geese do nothing all day, too. They just sit there, looking angry at you. Geese are also surprisingly good guardian livestock animals.
Objective achieved. Well done.
Look at all these chickens. Oh, what a silly thing. All right, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. They come to this place when they know they are not pure. The Hema augment, you'd sell ribbons for but you never have any luck. Yeah, I've actually got really, really good luck with it. I have a really nice Hema ribbon if I remember right. Give me your energy.
That first day, how our father moved at your school.
All right, everybody take a point. I believe in us. Would that get you banned? Well, if it's ever a question if something would get you banned, I might recommend not doing it. When in doubt, don't risk it. Whee! How about you get off my points? What the heck am I gonna do with all these sentient cores? Get off my point! Want to see a magic trick? You're gonna rename your Strun to Xeno's boot cannon. Sounds about right. Do it. Live your best life. Off my points, nerds. Embrace companion damage. Oh no, I almost died. I didn't. Jokes. What are you doing? Weirdos. Pyro on Burb, yep. Anything that ragdolls, Pyro is very happy to be messing with. Whee! Oh wee! Vibin pyrotechnics? Yeah. Anything that ragdolls makes pyrotechnics go absolutely insane. Because of weird spaghetti code shenanigans. Araxia for your Archon hunt? Jeez. Yeah, Araxia is... When does the Nightwave thingy end? Well, this one just started, so probably not for like a couple of months. I'm going to guess end of December at the earliest is my current best bet.
And I beheld the great rat
Keep getting knocked down in the air. Yep. Man, it's a real shame about that prime sure-footed hatred that you have. Here, let me just rub your nose and prime sure-footed.
Demon of the void. Coward before him. He feared it not.
I have detected another message.
Yes.
Code the signal.
Yes. The callback.
Control. Keep fighting.
You get Necros a lot in Archon hunts? You know what? If I got a Necros in an Archon hunt, I would be pretty happy. Second to Fortifier Arc Gun combo says hello. True as well. True as well. Saves a lot of time. Yeah, I mean, we've all, like, the thing with Warframe communities, we've all been that new player who's just confused and lost and scared. So, like, we all want to help other people enjoy the game as much as they're able to. Well, listen, if you're gonna complain about getting knockdowns when you say just get better, I have to immediately karmatic justice you, okay? You're the one who summoned this upon yourself. But you're in the air? Yeah, and Prime Sure-Footed protects you from being in the air, getting knocked back or knocked down. I told you that. Why are you surprised that I'm gonna, like, point out right in front of you like this? You're calling Reb? That's fine. She doesn't like me. I don't think Reb knows I exist, to be fair. I did skip detention, it's true. And I'm gonna show up at TennoCon in a maid outfit this year, so I'm certain I'm gonna get called out again this year. She's like, why are you in a maid outfit? Why aren't you in a maid outfit? That is gonna be my response when she asks. If she asks, why are you in a maid outfit? It's like, why aren't you in one? What? You heard me? No, I'm joking. I wouldn't do that. European are more toxic? I wouldn't say that. There's just toxic people everywhere. That's just how the internet goes. Sad Woody, how you doing? Pew, 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 pew. It's a Beth song. Won't you? When I get home, I want you.
All messages decrypted. Fazul is not insane. There is another mind at work within him.
That's nice. Let's not make generalized statements about groups of people in my chat.
Right.
See you crash out of a Prime Sure-Footed? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Alright, let's get this last one done here. Keep chat to English, please. I can't moderate a language I don't know. I don't care what you said. Please keep it to English. Thank you. It's all good. Where are we going here? Going this way. You next to me. You next to me. You next to me. I've got places to be. Where's... Alright, there we go. Why did you spawn me down here? Huh? Eh? Let's go! Oh, oh, oh! Ah! Off we go! Pew 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 pew! Deletes. There you go. Off we go! Digger one looks better with regular skin versus the Prime one. You know what? I do actually agree with you. I'm not a big fan of this Prime. I need to get that Tenogen skin that he has. Not the night one, but I forget which one it is. If you use two corrosive, do you lose elemental damage advantage to corrosive versus armor once it's full stripped? Let me try to dig into the brain juices that I've got. So you're wondering if it's no longer tied to armor anymore. It's tied to factions. Right? So it's not dealing damage to a specific armor type where you gain extra damage against. It's you gain extra damage against a faction. So as long as the faction's taking extra damage, then you should be good. I don't think that corrosive gets bonus damage against armor these days in that sense that we were that you're describing there. If I'm remembering correctly, it's tied to the factional damage now. If I remember correctly. Yeah, they reworked the elemental weakness system back when they redid armors a while back, which was a part of the status rework with Jade Shadows last summer. So now it's based off of faction type, not armor type, to simplify things. All right, Deuce Lord, thanks so much for today. Appreciate you. Nope, people aren't different at all. Oh, hi, Mom. Get your money. Get your money. This is America. Ugh. Hey, Texas. You have a good lurk. This game hates you? It's true. It hates specifically and only you. You are being targeted. I talked to Reb directly, and I said, listen, I know I skipped attention, but this Cardi needs to never get anything useful. Oh, this is one of the... this is one of the old Twitch drops, I think. How do you unlock the Steel Path version of the Plains of Eidolon? You need to just unlock regular Steel Path. And then when you go to the Plains of Eidolon, like if you're looking to do the bounties, you just need to have the Steel Path unlocked, right? Which will show up here on this side here. And then when you go into Cetus, I will quickly show you since I got a hot second here. Get your money. Get your money. Get your money. So you go here, and then you go talk to Konzu, and then you do your bounties, and then it will say whether or not you're on the Steel Path here, right? And then if you scroll down, why doesn't it show up here? Ah, here we are. Right, so this one is Steel Path, so see how it says the Steel Path? So this is a Steel Path bounty. Right? Otherwise, the bounties are on normal path to the best of my knowledge. But if you're wanting to go Steel Path into the Plains of Eidolon, if you have the Steel, like you need to just have the Steel Path unlocked, and then I think all you would do is just click on the Plains of Eidolon from your navigation here. Boop. Plains of Eidolon, free roam, the Steel Path. See? So you just need to make sure that you're on the Steel Path here, right? Just need to make sure that this is set to the Steel Path, and then you should be able to activate the Steel Path thing. Or go in and do Steel Path shenanigans. What do I got on the circuit this week? Is there anything I need here? No, 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 and no. Delicious. I don't need to do the Steel Path. Or do that. What's a Steel Path? Steel Path is like New Game Plus. Right? It's a little bit harder, higher enemy density, more loot, that type of stuff. It's just New Game Plus. That's it. Okay, we got 2 alerts here. Who wants to join me for these alerts? I got room for 2. But it doesn't reset everything, right? No, it resets your whole entire star chart. Right? So, for instance, here, I don't have Pavlov done, but on Steel Path, or on Normal Path, I do have Pavlov done. So it resets it, and you have to redo the whole entire star chart. And then when you complete a planet on the star chart, you get like a little statue, you get some more mastery. Yeah, it just resets the star chart. That's it. Is Gamcore Incarnate any good? I like it. Erzman, you want to join for the alerts? All right. Do the last alerts and wait 30 minutes left to do them? Okay, that's fair. No, no, no. It just resets your map progress. It doesn't do anything that other than that. Omniholic, thanks for the follow. Okay, who wants to join me? We got room for 1 more, 2 more for these alerts for a weapon Excellence adapter and Warframe Excellence adapter. Ooh, 2 Excellence adapters actually. Any takers? These are non-Steel Paths, so if you're a new Tenno, this is a great opportunity for you to get a resource. We got room for 2. Otherwise, Erzman and I will just go do them ourselves. The enemies get much tankier on a 100 higher level. Yeah, they do more damage, they have a lot more health, and they start at 100 levels above the normal. Norse. Okay, room for 1 more for these here. You'll ignore them till last minute? Okay, then ignore them till last minute. Who wants to do them right now? Not in like 16 years. That's the question I'm asking. Alright, looks like it's just gonna be the 3 of us. I do have to run a quick ad break here, everyone. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, tweet sub to a sharp. Otherwise, it takes. See you in a second. Bye!
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
All right, let's try to get you back in your wolf. Or Norse. Pharaoh, Cherry. If you're looking for my Pharaoh Predicate build, exclamation point Pharaoh. What? No! Why are you going down? What the frig? Why are you like this? Well, they always say the best way to learn a language is by, like, immersing yourself in it, right? Like, language schools are useful and language classes are useful, but at the end of the day, actually continuously using the language and practicing the language is the real way to learn, from what I've heard. I can barely speak English, so I should not obviously be taken at all seriously when it comes to grammatical stuff, because I can barely speak English. 3 languages in a trench coat? It's like 17 languages in a trench coat. Come on, hurry up. I hate this defense mission. This is the worst tile set. Do I have a gyre build? I've got like 3 or 4 gyre builds on the channel at this point. But you can also send me yours if you'd like to. I'm too lazy to learn another language. If I learn another language, it'll probably be French. Just makes the most sense for where I live, French being the second language, all that jazz. I also spent numerous years as a child being forced to learn it, so there's still some of that knowledge rattling around up there. Remove the cap on config slots? I mean, I wouldn't say no. Personally. I don't think that's really a hot take. You want unlocked config slots too? You're not allowed them. Specifically, Umika. Illegal behavior. How dare you? I know. Not allowed. Completely not okay. At all. Also remove prime sure-footed. Sorry, how is your Zephyr doing in the air? Again, could you remind me? You want a config for every frame plus a few extras because you have 4 Titanias? Why do you have 4 Titanias? Silence? What, the truth? No. Don't you just love it when enemies get stuck behind a freaking roof? Different shard configs? Okay, that actually does make sense. That actually makes more sense. What would be a good replacement for Potia's 4? I would recommend Roar. If you're playing a lot with her turrets, I would say Roar. Because Roar will increase the damage of your abilities, not just your weapons, so it will give factional damage to Protea's turrets. One cast speed, 5 cast speed, 5 Tau purples, and then 4th making for builds. Currently it has 5 amber Taus. Sheesh. I think it's just a Twitch drop that's happening right now with I think this is a Twitch-wide drop with Discord happening right now, yeah. If you gift a sub, I think you get like 3 months of Nitro for free, I think is what the promotion is. Something along those lines.
Let's go home.
Alrighty, now we have a survival. Yeah, who do I want to play in the survival? You're right, I'll just play Nova. You're right. Set the build. You're not forming her more because the prime's coming soon, but you'll note what's slotting. Yeah, I'll take a look at everything once I'm done here. You've discovered a newfound love for Atlas. Can never play the game the same again. Without him, you're nothing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A rut-row. Put Wrathful Advance on him? Yeah, Wrathful Advance on him is absolutely crazy. Huge crits! Girthy crits.
Your job is to distract the enemy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for much-needed supplies. Make your presence known.
See a point in using the Incarnate Form on? I mean, the Incarnate Form just does an insane amount of damage, so that's really the reason why you use it. Is because it's just a bonkers amount of damage. How? A 10-minute survival? 10 minutes? 10 of them? What the heck, game? Alright. Well, I guess let's just hang out in here. "10-minute survival hellscape." Mika, I do the rep dailies every day. I get stuck in a 10-minute survival hellscape multiple times. All the time. Every day, basically. Constant hellscape. Why do we have 10-minute survivals for these things? Cops at 9 hour survival? Yeah, but that's because you want to do a 9-hour survival. I'm complaining about a 10-minute survival at level 30 enemies. But also, you know, it's meant for all players, not just Zenos who doesn't want to sit here for 10 minutes. So, like, you know, energize over molt efficiency. If you're having problems with with energy capacity, I'd say yeah.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy him more time.
10-minute survival or 2-wave intercept? 10-minute survival. 2-wave intercept, you just like hang out. Not that bad. 10-minute survival, you're stuck here for a while. Also, I feel like intercept is not 10 minutes. For 2 rounds. Yeah. For a ban for using meme words to describe people who spam your inbox with death threats, you should take it up with DE instead of some random streamer's chat. What the fuck do you think I'm supposed to do for you? Every time someone comes into my chat to complain about getting banned, I just kind of look and be like, bro, I don't work for DE. How was I ever supposed to, why are you complaining at me? If you don't like it, take it up with them, not some random streamer. What the hell do you think I'm supposed to do? Went to go idle on hunt, see 1 minute left, rip. Whee! I like how that little roller ball just ate roughly 7 billion damage. Poor roller ball. Did they really deserve it? Just the shot in dark, looking for anything useful? The only people who can help you is the community team, so if you think that you were unjustly banned, message them. There is absolutely nothing anyone can do for you, other than shooting a message to Digital Extremes through the support desk. I have no way to help you. No one else has any way to help you. The only thing that you can do is shoot them a message. What are you all doing? Just why were the dogs just like wandering around looking like dumb ducks? Isn't English one of the hardest languages to learn, though? Just because there's always like a whole bunch of random nuance and random BS inside of the language and things that don't make sense. Like, what is it? Buffalo, 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 buffalo is a proper English sentence. Like, that is a grammatically correct sentence. Because English is stupid. Yeah. English is dumb, in case you were wondering. It's not a language that makes much sense for anybody. That's upsetting? Yeah, welcome to English. The whole English language is upsetting. It upsets everybody. Please, 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 please is valid too? Probably. English is dumb. It's, like I said, it's 17 languages in a trench coat that constantly gets changed because of social media algorithms, actually. Oh, it's like, it's confirmed that social media algorithms constantly are changing the English and all languages. You know, unalive. People wouldn't say this word unalive ever unless social media made them say it. You know? It's just, it's dumb. Because people are afraid of marketing people being like, you can't say that. How much Polish students are people speaking and understanding English? Polish and, like, they don't have the same root language, right? Because English is technically Germanic. Poland is what, Slavic or Russo-based? Right? Yeah, Slavic. Yeah, it's like, what makes Polish easier to or what makes English easier for Polish people to learn than like another language? Like, is it just sort of the grammatic structure is similar, so it makes it like sort of the way that the sentences are structured similar? Tonal stuff? Okay. I don't know. German has a big influence on English? Yeah. It's a Germanic language. With like a bunch of French and other languages mixed in because weird stuff and colonialism. Which does sound like German, yeah. How hard it would be to learn English, for an English speaker to learn Dutch? Well, this is from someone who was Dutch, or is Dutch. They would always, like, say, be like, Dutch is just if you were speaking English, but were mildly drunk, was how he explained it to me. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's the way that he explained it to me. And he said it's actually not that difficult of a language for each other to learn because of the Germanic roots, but I have no idea. It's like speaking Dutch with a potato in your mouth? Yeah, we basically, like, from what he said, just Dutch is speaking English, but mildly drunk. But again, I don't know how accurate that is, because I barely speak English. That's just from someone who was from Holland and spoke, like, 17 languages. Like, he was one of those weird polymath type people who spoke fluently and was like certified in like 6 or 7 different like a lot there. Structure is English quite open. You don't have to make XYZ structure. Okay. Dutch versus Flemish is the funniest thing because we all know that Flemish is just really weird. I don't know if Flemish is weird or not. I'll take your word for it, as someone who's from Belgium. I will take your word. Oh, I'm sore. All right, get on my squad, nerds. You're Dutch and you live in Belgium? Nice. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, Twitch, sub, Twitch, Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See ya in a minute. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna run to the washroom. Boris, 2 months. Thanks so much, Boris. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. 25 stream streak. Oh. Been trying to gun buff some gun buff Nyx stuff. Ooh. How are you enjoying Nyx? I love Nyx. I was actually thinking that I want to play Nyx. I haven't played Nyx in a while. Okay, Echo, we're done with you. Get out of here. Nikandi any good? I like it. And there's my build for it. Harder languages were mostly used by royalty, so that's why they're so complex. Well, it was also, it's not just that. So, for instance, beef, right? Like, various words were taken from French into English because a large portion of the monarchy and royalty spoke French or brought it over and used the French terminology and like changed the English words so that it would seem more like, because French was just a higher power at that point, because we're going like Charlemagne, right? Like we're going all the way back to the Holy Roman Empire type ideas. And like they would take words from another language because of it was higher class type idea. I forget exactly what words, like if I remember right, it's beef and like pork and a few other things there too. Do you say French fries or fries? I say fries usually. I mean, like here in Canada, it's either French fries or fries. We exchange it. Freedom fries! Bah, America! It's fries? I mean, we call it both French fries and fries. You know, same. Potato, potato. You say chips, Boris? You're not Canadian. If you say chips, you're weird. Sorry. As a certified Canadian, if you're in Canada and saying the word chips referring to fries, you're the weird one. But I still love you. Don't worry. But you are the weird one. Or you have British family. There we go. The Scottish family. There you go. UK would have been more, you know, accurate, but you know what I mean. Ooh, Cherry, I like this. I don't know if I like the helmet, though. The rest of this looks good. People can't understand you when you speak in English. Are you a fast talker? Spoke slower. Speak slower. I find a lot of people who are from sort of Eastern Europe, ex-Soviet bloc countries, they tend to speak very fast, like while speaking English. Slow it down a bit. Like all my friends who are from like Slavic countries or Baltic countries or anything like that, they're just like, it's very, very, they speak very, very fast. You wouldn't say that you're a fast talker, mostly just accent-wise. Yeah, but if you slow down your speaking, then you're able to do the pronunciation better. And then train yourself out of the accent while speaking English, is the other tip that a few of my friends have had. But, you know, I'm also not a linguist or a speech therapist or anything like that. Blue, I like this a lot. This looks cute. I like. Although, I think I would change this color because it's kind of like same, you know what I mean? It's a little bit same. Okay, let's take a look at your gyre. So you're running roar over the 3, perfectly fine. Cathode, reverse, roto swell, this is your damage reduction. High strength, good range, very high range. Molt augmented for more strength, arcane energized for energy. The only thing I could say here is rolling guard for this last mod slot. Right, this is your damage protection, but you don't have any way to regenerate your shields. So I would say rolling guard here, brief respite here. Between this and this, you shouldn't have really any energy problems because you just keep these active, throw this out as you want to, and reactivate this. Any cool Gauss Prime looks? Nah, I'm not really much of a Gauss fan. Can you send you the next? Yes, send it on down. You have to actively, intentionally work on your accent. Yeah, that's what a lot of people say. Is you actually have to like actively, and that's why like I think a lot of my friends would recommend slowing down, because when you're slowing down, you're able to do more, you know, pay attention to the, you know, pronunciation and get that sort of higher levels of pronunciation. But again, I'm not a linguist. Yes, the only thing I would say here, less is rolling guard, brief respite, so that you can like spam out arc sphere to regenerate your shields and get them working better. Because you're going to be rather squishy here, even with reverse current, because you don't have anything to play with here, right? Like you may even want to drop Molt Augmented here for Aegis. Hey Nessa, how you doing? Been a while. And mostly right? Okay, yeah, this is all secondhand knowledge from other people, so I'm definitely not an authority on this. Not Blaze, 60-60. Multi-shot damage. Okay, so I would make this a 60-60. With this in mind, I would not be running this. Or, like, right? So these two mods here, I don't think you need. I would say using Aegis instead of Energize. Well, you sent me Energized. But Aegis, yes. I would say on here, you don't need shotgun cannonade. The punch through is nice, but it's the reason why I say that is because your Riven here has damage and you have Merciless. This and this is more than enough neutral damage. So I would do the 60-60 heat mod here. You could even get another element on here to play into Savvy and that. And this is a good choice. And then I would just say other elements for these last two slots. You could go like magnetic, put on the primed cold mod so that you make blast on here. It's actually really fun with blast. And maybe do something like that. But I probably wouldn't be running this with all of this. I would also probably switch this out. If you wanted to, you could go into like have cold as your base, as like a solo element, or toxin as a solo element, and then go into either blight or frostbite. Another one that's really, really good on this weapon that I really like is Shotgun Vendetta, because it increases your reload speed, and this thing has a very slow reload speed because it's single shell reloads, right? So switching this out for Vendetta might not be a bad choice either. But I would say these two are not super necessary here. And this one for 60-60. But otherwise, you're going the right direction with your Strun. It's just because of the damage on here, I would think that this is not as necessary. Because this has the neutral damage. And you don't want to stack up too much of this neutral damage. And you've already got way too many sources of it when you take in Merciless. Nautilus Prime. Good. So, for those of you who don't know, with the Nautilus Prime, what you want to do is have the Manifold Bond immediately to the right of Cordon, with Cordon being in the first slot. Right? So, because Manifold Bond will cool down whatever is to its left first. And then it will cool down other things. With the Nautilus, because you want to be constantly grouping, you want Manifold Bond to be right beside it, so that it's constantly reducing this thing's cooldown, and nothing else up here. So that's the reason why we always recommend to, like, all content creators, recommend this. Cordon, Manifold Bond, anything else that you want to put in. Tenacious Bond is only activated on here if you have a Riven. The weapon can't get to the 50%. Hey, Ace, how you doing today? The weapon can't get to the 100% critical, or the 50% critical chance on the Verglass. If you aren't using the Verglass, then you're fine. But if you are using the Verglass, this is not going to be active unless you have a Riven to get you that extra critical damage. Otherwise, what you have here is fine. I don't think that you need Mediray here. I would probably go Guardian instead for regenerating your shields. Prime regen's fine for just making your companion come back faster. Animal Instincts, I think, is a mandatory mod on all companions. But that's a personal insanity of mine. Petrol, your Wisp? Ooh, that looks good. Is the Diavon Bird even good? From what I've seen, people like doing some fun builds with it. Ooh, that looks pretty. Good job, Petrol. The only thing I would say here is maybe go more white on this sort of gray color here. But like not like, it looks like it has green tint in it. You know what I mean? Like this color here looks like it has some green in it. I think I would push it more towards white gray than a green gray. Valhalla, what you got? Hatsune Miku, wee! Wee! Octavia! What's my opinion? The only thing I would say here is a rolling guard for your survivability. Right, you're gonna be invisible, but it's always nice to have rolling guard just as the emergency oh crap button. I'd probably drop Augur Secrets for it. Multi-augmented, whatever other arcane slot. Suit 2, whatever weapon you're using, etc, etc. But I think your build there is fine, Norse. Bug, what you got? Alright, so you have Pacifying Bolts, which means that you do not need Corrosive Projection. I would probably replace Corrosive Projection for basically anything you want. Probably Growing Power, or, yeah, probably just Growing Power. Or something to buff up your weapons. I'm not a big fan of the Assimilate build, personally. I really hate this. But that's a personal hatred. Pillars for Universal Fallout, plus that. Aerodynamic, but you're invincible. But you're invincible. Yeah, no, nothing to say here. Looks good. I see the logic and the reasoning of what you're doing here. Armor strip with current strength? Yeah. How much strength do you need for Pacifying Bolts to 100% armor strip? Not a lot. I would probably say just growing power for more strength. Is it only 125? Yeah, I would say growing power then. Because the important thing to remember is this gives you overguard. Gives you shields, gives you overguard, and also gives you armor, right? Now, obviously, you're playing around as Absorb, but this is still going to be better than this. In, like, all cases. Especially with the Pacifying Bolts, it shoots out 9 of them. It's applying a ton of radiation effects. And on top of that, it's when you kill something that's affected by it, it goes and finds someone new to fight. 86, no shards yet. These some buffs that could get added. Yeah, so you could go like a few shards on here. If you could just get up to like 125% strength. As long story short, that's what I'm trying to say. Right? Defense strip is capped at 100% at 125% ability strength. So I would just say aim for that 125% ability strength and then throw on whatever aura you feel like. There's a child screaming in the hallway. Also, you could get rid of mold efficiency. If you feel like it. Like, you go growing power here and equilibrium here. Right? Because your energy is going to be coming from universal fallout. So you could get more strength here. So you don't need Augur Secrets and you don't need to worry about shards. Overextended is personally overkill on range. It definitely is, but I know a lot of people who like running it with the Assimilate build. So, like, I get it. Also, it's for the pillars as well, right? For universal fallout. To boost up the radius of the pillars. So, like, I understand the logic behind this. When you factor in her passive, yeah, but it's mainly for this combination, really. Right? Pillars, wider AoE, gives you more universal orbs. That type of idea. Ferox, Chaos does that? Yeah, that's what I do with my Chaos too. I think that your build's in the right direction. I would just say make sure that you get to the 125% strength. Yeah, we've already went over that, Beelzebub. It's for both radiation, gives universal. Yeah. No, I understand the logic of what you're saying. Don't worry. I'm with you, Boris. I'm on board. I'm following along. You're a little slow? No, you just came in, I think, a little bit late to the conversation, that's all. And that's okay. But we're happy to have you here now, Beelzebub. And we're also happy to have you, Ferox. How you doing? Trust in you. I really do like this. Sorry, I was just checking a message there. I do like this. This looks nice. Actually, I want to play some Nyx now. Should I play the Chaos Bolt Nyx? Chaos Star! This is a fun build, actually. Let's play this one. Wait, do I have? I do. And realistically, I should have more range on here. Probably. But also, I like it. It's fun. Okay, let's see what we got. What do we got here? We got a survival! Okay, let's join me. Who would like to join? So much endo? Yeah, you just end up, when you play this game for 40 hours a week, or more, as your job, you just end up with a ton of endo. Okay, we got room for 2 more for Conjunction Survival. Who would like to join? Power Drift takes it to 98%, that's slightly less annoying. I would just say red sharded boards at that point. Right? Okay, anyone for Omnia Conjunction Survival? Got room for 2. If you're wanting to play with me, now's the time. Peanuts, there we go. We nuts. But you need to leave the one you're in? That's okay. Does Nyx need null stars? Do you not get enough DR from bolts? I mean, the bolts don't give you DR. Well, they do for your health, but they don't give you DR otherwise. You can, but you gotta log in. If you want to join us, Cardi, you're absolutely welcome to. 5 Tau Forge Reds on the silly Wisp setup and none actually build, so you don't want to steal one. That's fair. Then just make it like, hold on, wait, there's a red right here. Go get this red. Problem solved. Nullis build, does it work on any frame just for Erexia? Yes, works for any frame, does more damage with Erexia. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. I am here. Get in here. Get in here? There we go. Leaving in the min? Well, we're maxed out at the moment. Oh, I didn't switch off this toxic snotter. That's okay. What's going on here? Thank you. All right, y'all know the deal. Let's go find a room, pretend we're friends, etc., etc. Oh, it spawned us in the bad room right away. Yo, Hawk, how you doing? Oh my lord, what is this? No good rooms anywhere. Just finished the New War quest? Ooh, how'd you like it? I love the New War. Oh my lord, where's the map? Where's the rest of the map? Not here. Not over here either. Where's the map? Not over there. All right, game. Is that an actual room over there? Or is it just more disappointment? It's an actual room! You got both Little Duck and Quills to rank 4? Both of them to 4. Does that unlock the, like, all of the amps, Lightning? I just forget where the rep requirements are for that. You believe it did? Then I would say 747 is a good option. 547 is a good option. And what those numbers represent is when they unlock in the structure. The actual names people don't really use. So you're looking at Little Duck 1 through 4, or not Little Duck, sorry. Quills is 1 through 4. Little Duck is 5, 6, 7. So most people like doing 547 or 147 or 747 are the ones that a lot of people enjoy to use. ST Synchro, how you doing? Is that a meatball? Maybe. Is your aim bad? 747. That's me with my trash aim. People told you, someone said, but that was what you want to do. Also confusing how to get all the MR, a lot of builds of them. So it's only for the main part of the weapon. So the first number. It's not for every single part and every single combination. It's only for the first number. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. Is good too if you don't have 7s. Well, if you got the 5 unlocked, you should also be able to get the 7 unlocked. Because Little Duck Rep is actually not that hard to farm. But I would say it's probably 544 at that point. Would be what you want to go for. Hey, Adders. Hey, you have a question. Bunch of people recommending Frame to help with management. Is it safe? Besides using Overwolf, which sucks. You nailed it right on the head. Overwolf can be problematic. So I would recommend make sure that you have the setting in the Overwolf that it doesn't start up until you actively open up Warframe. There's a setting inside of the Frame panel that won't activate Overwolf unless Warframe has been turned on. A lot of people like it. There's at this point in time, there's no problem with it. Will that change in the future? Potentially. So use at your own risk. I don't use it because I don't really need it personally. So yeah, use at your own risk. You shouldn't have any problems. But again, that's sort of one of those things. What's Overframe? Overwolf is what we were talking about there. Overwolf is a program that lets other programs access game files, so it gets picked up by anti-cheat software all the time. Overframe is a website where you can go take a look at other people's builds. The build posting site. What's my opinion about Jade? She's fantastic. A bit overwhelmed? Yeah, I mean, you should be fine with that, like with it or without it. Realistically speaking, you should be fine either direction. But it's just sort of one of those things of, you know, the devs may change their mind on stuff. So at the moment, it's fine to use. In the future, that could change. Do I think that it's going to change? Probably not. Realistically speaking, it hasn't been problematic until now. I don't think that it would be problematic, but you should be fine. Especially if you think that it's going to help you out, just sort of understand like relics and market pricing and stuff like that. It's largely used for like pricing ribbons or finding out if a ribbon is a good roll or telling you which relic is the best relic to use in or like which relic is the best one to choose and which to choose out of your relics. So it's not kind of like, you know, critical for your success, but it can be useful. How much time did I waste on Warframe? I didn't waste my time on Warframe. I love Warframe. Oh, you're my friend. Hello, friend. How long have I been playing Warframe? Way too much time. I've got close to 5,000 hours on this account, but I don't think that it was taking it on my Steam account. But it didn't take into account my time spent on PS2 or PS4. So probably somewhere closer to 10,000 hours. Maybe, I mean, probably closer to actually this 7 or 8,000. But I've also been playing the game for like 8, 9 years at this point, so. Right, I keep trying to kill you, but you're an ally. Shock Trooper, what ability can you remove to replace with something else if you're going for weapon platform? Typically, people would go with the 4. Would replace the 4th. Or the 3rd shield. Kind of depends on what you're using for your survivability. If you're using capacitance, then you get rid of your shield. If you're using like other stuff. Simon, thank you so much for the 15 months. Super appreciate you. Just saying hi, then off again. Oh, okay, Simon. I miss you, bud. I hope you're doing well. Hope everything's going fine for you, and I appreciate your support. It's very, very kind of you. Simon was one of the OGs. Eclipse? Yeah, Eclipse, Roar, Nourish. Kind of any of that. Started playing Warframe again yesterday. Heck yeah! Welcome back, baby! Hell yeah! I'm happy to have you. The other nice thing about Chaos Bolts, or Psychic Bolts, it's a very low strength way to 100% armor strip enemies, including mini bosses. That's why it's also so good, because it only requires 127% strength. The lowest? I think it's certainly the lowest. Now that you've to catch up using those epic shorts, keep popping up on my YouTube feed. Yes, good. Ooh, gold. Ooh, we love gold. Help you get Mother's tokens to get your standing up, please. Well, I'm not going to be able to help you today, but the biggest thing that I would probably recommend is you just do the bounties, especially the highest level bounty that you're able to. Because you can end up getting those bounties done really quick and get yourself some really high, you know, each round gives you about 15,000, 15,000 rep. So it's pretty dang quick. What mods would I recommend for using the war? Standard crit damage stuff, you know? Blood Rush, Weeping Wounds, Condition Overload, if you got Satisfying Companion, some element of your choice, Galvanized Steel. Probably don't want to run Reach because it probably has very low follow through. I don't remember what the war's follow through numbers are. Probably low, knowing the war. Electric Viral? Yeah, Electric Viral should be fine, but you probably want to stick more closer to the crit side of things. But you should be fine either way. 60% follow through? Yeah, then I probably wouldn't go recon it. Farm mats for Incarnans. Once you finish the Hex quest, Simon, for the Pathos clamps, I would say do the Isleweaver stuff. The Isleweaver mission, which unlocks once you finish the Hex quest. It's Duvary. For all the other Pathos clamps, just wander in, do your stuff, solo Duvary. The other thing that's important to remember with Duvary Circuit is every decree that you get, it saves where, what you have. So, farm what you want, do a decree, exit out as needed. Is my general recommendation. But for the Pathos clamp specifically, I would say do the Isleweaver farming. It's much faster. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily faster, but it's certainly less annoying, at least to me, than doing the Oral Worm. And then just touch me so I can get my satisfaction. Yeah, but remember, you can always just one and done it, right? And reset. If you got bad circuit, you can just go in, do a one and done, reset. So, like, your frame choices should never be really a big deal for you. Go in, do one round of the circuit, leave. You're good to go. That is a giant, giant meatball. That's a girthy meatball. JC Martinez, welcome in. How you doing? What game is it? Soulframe? It's the next game by Digital Extremes. It's if Warframe and The Witcher and Breath of the Wild had a baby. Doesn't feel like you get a lot of the materials needed from the circuit. No, what I'm saying is Isleweaver requires you to choose the loadout from like your traditional Duvary way, where you get certain frames, certain weapons, etc., etc. If you have weapons that you don't need, or you like frames or weapons that you don't want to use, just go in and do the circuit for a one round, and that will reset your options. It's not for the resources, it's for the resetting your options if you feel that you need to. Yeah, it's a fairly high intrinsic rank for that. If I remember correctly. I don't know if it's the capstone rank, but it's fairly high. What are you idiots doing back here? So he was locked behind main quest? Yeah, after the Hex. The Warframe 99 quest. And then it will show up in your Duvary screen. More than happy to. Don't you love it when they do this? They just take 17 years to go into ghost form. Whoa. Don't forget, squad, we're gonna head at 20 minutes here. After the New War, I would say the Hex is probably the longest quest after that. Took me about like an hour and a half. But it's nothing crazy. It also is like a 2-stage quest, but you only need to complete the first section of it until to do the Isle Weaver stuff. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. You're my friend now. Go forth and deal lots of damage to enemies. Because you have 7,000% bonus strength, bonus damage. So if you aren't able to do damage to enemies with your melee attacks, which means that you're never actually going to hit anything, go forth. I wish you the best of luck. On that note, you're actually off. No worries, Simon. Thank you so much for dropping by. If you ever need help, as always, we're here for you. You can become my friend. Yes, off you go. I once again got another melee idiot who has no idea how to actually hit anything. SMRT. I'll take a free Jade Blade Xmas with 3,000 more damage. Sign me up. Prime pressure point or nah? It has its uses. There's a few times where you want to be using prime pressure point over condition overload. If weapon's too low, if you aren't using a status priming companion, too low of a status chance, you're not using a status priming companion, etc., etc. It can be quite good. But it sort of situationally depends on what you're doing. So, like, I end up using it quite often. But also, like, and some weapons don't get any, like, very few. Don't get as much benefit from condition overload because of other things with weapons. Right? So, the Thalis, for instance. The Thalis, you don't want to use condition overload with because the Thalis' shards don't do anything with condition overload. So if you're using the Heavy Scythe Incarnate of the Thalis, for instance, prime pressure point is what you want to be using. Would I say for like the vast majority of weapons you're using condition overload? Yes. But like, you know, do whatever makes the most sense for the weapon you're using, the playstyle, all that jazz. Can I retake over this person? I can't. That makes me sad. All right, we're heading to extract, nerds. Only a month away for the old piece. The old piece is real. Easy swaps and mistakes are made. Yeah, exactly. It's not even that big of a deal, right? How you doing, Lich? Well, we don't know when the old piece is, so it's probably less than a month, actually. My money is still on the 17th of December, but I think that a 10th of December is also likely. The most useless primed mod from Borrow? Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Well, the ammo mutation has its uses on like some special use cases. For me, it's the faction mods because I just don't use them. because I'm too lazy and I will never remember to switch out and do stuff with faction mods in my life. But, you know, I recognize that they're very good. It's just Zenos hates them. But I'm not ignorant to the fact that they are outrageously strong. Cardi, what are you doing? Prime Chamber is terrible except on the Vectis. There's a few other ones that it's good on. But also, Prime Chamber is not actually a Prime mod. It just says Prime in its name. So, you know, Warframe and naming conventions. Name a more iconic duo of making people go insane. Auslander. Auslander. I don't think that's accurate. Oh, you know what? It was super early in the production. You might be right. No, you're right. It was super early. It was 2013, so it was actually pretty close to its original release. And it was in fact added into the game long before the first Prime mods. Yeah. All right, I take it back. Never mind. I'm wrong. I love being wrong. Prime steady hand's quite useless. Depends on the weapon. I actually like prime steady hands on a few weapons. It's quite nice. But also, it's very good. Like the primed recoil mods are actually really strong, because then you don't need to care about if you're a Riven player, you don't need to care about the minus that stuff, the recoil stuff there. Yeah, exactly. The plus recoil Rivens, exactly. Now that said, it's a very use specific mod. It's very niche, but I do actually like them on a few weapons. The boar, this is really nice on the boar, for instance. Primed heavy trauma, well, the primed heavy trauma is like good on two things, Atlas and the Kodamoda, but that's about it. The Trumna too, yeah, the Trumna, anything that has super high recoil, it's quite good on. But again, it's super niche, right? Like what, 85% versus 60%, so it's not like super crazy, it's 25% less. But sometimes that can actually make or break a gun for people. And it's not that much more mod capacity either. It's only 3 more mod capacity. Secondary fortifier 9 mandatory on the Icarius Prime? No, I don't think so. Not at all. Is it good on the Icarius? Absolutely. Is it necessary on the Icarius? Definitely not. Akimbo Slipshot? Yeah, I agree. Akimbo Slipshot? Hold on, wait. What one's Akimbo Slipshot? Hold on, now that I said that. What one's Akimbo Slipshot? I have forgotten. Is that the ammo efficiency one? While sliding or aim gliding, ammo efficiency with dual pistols? Yeah, it's pretty dang useful, actually. That could be quite good. Or just going flare for more damage. Also very good. Primed heavy loneliness? Sorry, all I have slotted in is primed depression and primed heavy loneliness, so I can't help you. I still haven't figured out how to unequip those. Super Killer, what you got? Equilibrium? I probably would say that you don't need mold efficiency on here. It also feels like you probably don't need rolling guard on here. Although it is not bad. And if you run some auger pistol mods, then you can do like shield gating with his, you know, super low shields here. Well, you got one auger mod here. You throw on brief or spite even too. This does 100% armor strip, so you don't necessarily need corrosive projection here. Just spit at people. But you're running very low range. I would probably say get some range. I like running high range, but I also run the Gurgestate build. The Gastro build. So... PSF, prime sure-footed. I would say you probably don't need both adaptation and rolling guard. And I would probably say go for range on here. Which, like, if you go stretch on here, then you can run Archon stretch. Because Archon stretch gets bonus energy regeneration from Nourish. Hey, Jermaine, how you doing? This is something that a lot of people always forget about, is that Nourish's energy multiplier actually works on energy per second gains. A lot of people forget about that. Everybody forgets about Dre. You're amazing. How am I doing? Not too shabby. I'm just chilling. So you can get rid of adaptation? I think you could probably get rid of either adaptation or rolling guard. I think you'd probably be fine with removing either one of those. Or at the very least, I don't think that you necessarily need it. You know what I mean? I don't think you need both. Drink my water? Alright. Alright. Okay, if anybody wants me to take a look at builds, now's the time to send them it over. Pastor. Yeah, so this I think would be a good condition overload weapon. Right, you got 26% status, so you could play into that. You go like Weeping Wounds on here, Blood Rush, 60-60 cold instead to play more into that status. Yeah, I would say, I mean, you could either lean heavier into the crit side or do a crit status hybrid. If you wanted to lean heavier into the crit side, I would say like Blood Rush and maybe Organ Shatter. If you want to lean into the crit status hybrid, I would say Blood Rush, Weeping Wounds, switch this to a 60-60. And yeah, that should do you well. Animosity's fine. Obviously, get your Tennokai in there so you don't have to worry about heavy attack stuff. Keep in mind that the war is not the greatest weapon these days. Right? So, just keep that in mind. It's very fun still. Also, it's probably one of the coolest looking weapons in the game. Might be a dumb question, but adaptation is better for health and armor tanks, and rolling guard's better for shields that can't status cleanse. Correct. Adaptation is good whenever you have a lot of health or a lot of shields. Right? Adaptation works on your shields. So it's very strong for shield tank frames. It's very strong for health tank frames. And so on and so forth. Yep, this is the wolf. Rolling guard is for when you are leaning more into like shield gating or needing status cleanse and so on and so forth. Right? Well, it doesn't need to be a lot of base, right? It needs to be a lot of shields, right? Because Hildren, for instance, or Harrow. My Harrow doesn't have like a huge amount of base shields. Sure, he's got 740, but I'm not going higher than that. But Pillage means that I continuously regenerate my shields. Right? So adaptation makes sense here, because this constantly regenerates my shields. So either you have a way to regenerate your shields, or you have high shields. It's for, like, in mission, if lots of health, lots of armor, lots of health, or lots of shields, adaptation will typically do better for you. Not always, but typically. Need my playlist? Yeah, I gotta get a new playlist link set up in our Discord. I'll get that figured out one of these days. Make you mine. My head and my heart and my mind. Alrighty, everybody. I am gonna call it from here tonight. I just haven't been feeling well these last few days, so I'm gonna take it a little bit early here for myself. Is a Riven needed for the Aki Core? Definitely not. Rivens are totally never needed except for like one weapon, which is the Verglass. It's the weather. Yeah, the season changing and the weather just really beating me up this year. So I am going to call it here for me. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much, Simon, for the 15 months. Thank you very much, Boris, for the 2 months. Thank you very much, Jade Rabbit, for the raid. And, yeah, tomorrow we're doing our, Barty is teaching us how to do, Void Cascade tomorrow. So, come on by. We'll be doing a little collab with the bards. Yes, we love the Barty. Yes. I finally will learn how to do Void Cascade. Finally. All right. Who are we dropping you off with? Who are we dropping you off with? Let's go drop you off with this one. Yes, let's drop you off here. All right, everybody. We're gonna drop you off with Shroom. We'll be back tomorrow. Usual. Same bat time, same bat channel, 1 p.m. till about 7 p.m. as long as I'm feeling well. If you have a sub, there's some emotes to throw at Shroom. Go say hi to them. They fantastic. That's what they look like. So we'll see you then. Take care. Be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful night. And we'll see you then. Bye, everybody.